You're on.
All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the City Council meeting of Las Cruces City Council. I know it's been a while, 16 months, but today is Monday, July 19th, 2021. It's approximately 1:01 p.m. Before we have our Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask if you please rise for a brief moment of silence as we reflect back on the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces as they protect our interests around the globe, as well as the courageous men and women of Las Cruces Police Department and the Las Cruces Fire Department as they keep our city safe 24/7, 365. Councilor Vasquez, join me in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, I'm sorry. We also have with us today, who's going to sing the national anthem, a member of our Public Works and Management Analyst, Sarah Cundiff. So if you please stand again.
Oh, sing, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thanks, Sarah. So as you can tell, the city likes to hire professional musicians and then make them city workers, but thank you again very much. For those of you who are wondering, you probably have never met him. This is the first time he's been here on the dais, and that's our city manager, Mr. Ifo Pili. A lot of you probably didn't believe he existed, but he does, so. Okay, so we're going to have our pet of the week, and I believe Clint Thacker is here. Okay, maybe not. How about someone from our communications office? Are they going to introduce our pet of the week? Still on Zoom. Okay. So we'll go to jobs of the week and then circle back in case someone from Animal Services comes. So I believe Dr. Francisco Payades is going to give our jobs of the week.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Francisco Payares with the Economic Development Department. Let me pull up the jobs of the week. Excellent. For this week, we are hiring a transcriptionist with the Las Cruces Police Department. This position is actually going to be filled it's going to be open until filled. There's going to be 2 positions with lead HVAC installer. That's with Metal Tech. This position is open until filled. We will also be having a field service technician with Megahertz Computer Consulting. This will be open until filled. There will be also a direct support staff with caregiver Lessons of Life. That's an LLC with 20 positions. This one will be open until filled. There's also an administrative and fleet aide with Tresco Incorporated, open until filled, and also with Buncher operator with CN Wire, 10 positions, and this one will be also open until filled. Again, a reminder for the public, for a full list of jobs, internships, and volunteer opportunities, you can visit employnm.com and also at www.governmentjobs.com/careers/Cruces. And again, this is a joint effort with our New Mexico Workforce Connection Office, which here in town has its offices at 226 South Alameda Boulevard, and the phone number is 524-6250. Again, the webpage is employnm.com. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Payadas. Anyone from Animal Services yet? Okay. I don't believe there's any proclamations, so we'll go to public participation. This is where members of the public can speak for up to 7 minutes, not to exceed twice during a council meeting. Normally, I start on my left, and I usually start on the first row and work my way up. So, anyone on the first row? Second row, so let's see here. This lady, if you want to come forward here, just come to the podium, just state your name, please. And who's running the timer? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. It is so refreshing to be back here in the flesh, to see everyone's faces, and I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful for our flag, our country, our First Amendment.
Excuse me, ma'am, I need your name, please.
Yes, my name is Tracy Hollister. I am a new resident of Las Cruces. I moved here because it's a friendly town. I do urge you to vote no on this resolution, and the reason is because it would become a much less friendly town if you pass this resolution. You see, I'm a gay woman, and I'm familiar with what it's like to be stigmatized and stereotyped without justification. Asking people who haven't been vaccinated to wear a mask is stereotyping and stigma. There's nothing more that it could be for, because the research shows that masks don't block infections. How did I come to this belief system? As a lifelong Democrat, I'm at odds with many of my fellow Democrats. As a gay woman, I'm at odds with many in the LGBT community, for sure. Well, I'll tell you why. My wife, 20 years ago, became paralyzed for 3 months after getting a flu shot. 3 months. If you were paralyzed for 3 months, you might think twice about getting a vaccine. Now, this is one of the top adverse reactions of the current COVID-19 vaccine. So of course she's not going to take it, but as a couple, we looked very critically at what are our alternatives. Fortunately, there are many alternatives to the experimental emergency use authorization vaccine. That includes ivermectin, that includes hydroxychloroquine, and budesonide. Those are all excellent choices, but if you haven't heard about it, it isn't your fault. That information is being suppressed by the media, it's being suppressed by the government. If we had a viable alternative like ivermectin, which is proven to be effective, we wouldn't have the vaccine, because emergency use authorization requires that. So I want to say that when you find out someone's unvaccinated, you cannot make the assumption that they are unsafe and they are dangerous, nor should you require them to do anything else, because if they're taking ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine, or if they've had COVID-19, as some of my friends have had, they're immune. In fact, all vaccines try to emulate natural immunity. So it would be inappropriate, stereotyping and stigmatizing. My second point is this. This is based on emergency proclamation. What emergency? I read all 11 pages behind this proclamation and resolution. There was not one single argument, not one, that said why now, in July 2021, in the middle of the summer, when all viruses are seasonal, they go down in the summer, why are we in this emergency now? And if you believe that vaccines are the solution and the only solution, which they aren't, to safety and health, then we should be at the safest point right now. Where's the data? Where's the evidence? We can't say, oh, because the governor said it's an emergency, and therefore, because the mayor said it's an emergency. We don't operate in our American democracy on faith. We need data. So everyone in this room should be asking that question, are we in an emergency? I think the only reason to say that we're in an emergency is to have more safety measures. But this is at odds with the free city that we're now in, where we're trusted, where, by the way, if you don't have symptoms, if you're asymptomatic, you have a very, very tiny chance of spreading any virus. So I think it's time that we trust our citizens, that we trust them, that they be free to participate in the government, as I am now. So I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. Please vote no on this discriminatory, stigmatizing, stereotyping resolution. Thank you.
Tracy, before you leave,
Yes.
and normally we don't take discussion except when the resolution itself is there, but that's okay. Well, you're welcome to talk. But let me just ask you, I know a lot of times people think it's specifically for one reason or, various reasons, but nowhere did we expect you to have be vaccinated. We just say, hey, if you're not vaccinated or you're not willing to show us, then just wear a mask. So that's the main thing. But I guess what I wanted to ask you, and keep in mind, what I'm going to share with you are actual stories. Welcome to Las Cruces. You probably weren't aware that I've been in public office for 28 years, not as mayor, but total city, county. And I've probably, if you were to add up 50 meetings a year times 28 years, probably comes out to about 1,400 meetings. So I'm going to share with you an actual story, and I would hope that you would respond accordingly. So let's just say there was a situation where a person came in, elderly, ill, on oxygen. Maybe they couldn't take a shot, but they needed to speak before council because they're needing an exception to not have a road built on some land that they own so that their relative could move a mobile home next to them so they can care for them. If they were to ask you, could you wear a mask for let's say you're next to them for 10 or 15 minutes, would you do that?
I appreciate the question, Mayor. I do have an elderly mom who lives in town. I consider it one of my greatest successes in life that I encouraged her not to take the injection.
Okay.
She's taking ivermectin, but I will answer your question. I'm healthy. Masks don't work.
Okay.
I'm a caring human being. If that person insisted because of their belief system for that a couple minutes, I might do that. I might wear a mask for a few minutes.
Okay.
But otherwise, it restricts my airflow.
Okay.
And it's not legal to have me wear it for prolonged periods of time.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. So I take that as a yes. And that's where...
That's a provisional yes,
Oh,
sir.
that's fine. That's a provisional
That's like
yes.
3 minutes, okay?
No problem. Enough for them to be able to share their story with us. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, I think it's probably incumbent on us to not necessarily focus on you yourselves, but others. What can we do for others that might not be able to get the vaccine or whatever may be the case? And so I think what I'm trying to get at is I think it's incumbent on me or the council to make sure that this council chambers is as free as possible
Yes.
from COVID, from the variant, everything.
And discrimination, too,
And
yes.
so this is why, this is, I think, important. You know, when it was brought up, okay, I thought about it, and I agree with it. If I didn't agree with it, I wouldn't put it through. The other reason why it has to be called that is because unlike most resolutions, it takes 2 weeks to 4 weeks before it gets advertised and then voted on. And I didn't have that time. So that's why sometimes I have to do it like this so that council can have it. If they choose not to, then they choose not to. But if I was just sum it up, it's really about protecting others and not, because it would have been easier for you to watch it at home, put a mask on, even though if it's a small amount, that's fine. But what I'm trying to get at is, I think it's time that we start thinking about others instead
yes.
of just focusing on me.
Oh, Mayor, I am definitely thinking of others.
Okay.
There's at least 30% of the people in this city that I'm representing today.
Well, thank
That's,
you, Tracy.
and-
The good thing, the unfortunate thing is, you've already had your 7 minutes and your time is up, so I get the rebuttal, but thank you very much for showing up here today.
yes.
Okay, sorry. That little buzzer that you heard go off was the timer, so, sorry. Okay. So anyways, I guess you're next.
Well, I have
You're going to have the,
22002, so what do I?
okay, there's no speaking from you either come forward and speak.
But it has to do with the resolution.
Okay, then you can wait. Okay, well, I'll call on you during the resolution then. Perfect. Anyone else? This gentleman here and then Mr. Jeffers.
All right, thank
Thank
you,
you very
everyone.
much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm William Bierman. I've been a resident and a taxpayer since 2007, and I noted the mayor's concern about the well-being of others. And the reason I'm here is to talk about priorities. On June 20th, a man was beheaded in Abu Dhaka Park. The murderer allegedly was an illegal alien who apparently was living in the park, according to news accounts. That's one example of a crime in Las Cruces. Another example is that a female friend of mine told me the other night that she's been mugged 3 times in the last 3 years in parking lots, once at a Sprouts Market and in 2 different Walmarts. Another example is that noise from road outlaws, speeding cars, fills the night air in the city. People are waving handguns out their car windows. People are being killed, passengers as well as pedestrians, all too frequently in Las Cruces. We all know that. There's a culture of lawlessness on the city streets. Violent crimes reported in Las Cruces have doubled since 2016, depending on how you figure the numbers. But nevertheless, in the first 4 months of this year, violent crime has increased 43% compared to the first 4 months of 2020. As of May 24th, the police force was operating at 75% capacity with a shortage of 52 officers. Apparently, City Council is defunding the police quietly behind the scenes by failing to provide an adequate competitive starting salary for police officers. The hourly rate in Las Cruces is not competitive with surrounding towns. So I would like to suggest that City Council stick to traditional municipal responsibilities and traditional municipal functions like providing adequate police protection for the well-being of our residents and adequate roads, for example. rather than concern itself with a host of ideological issues, such as shutting down parks because of COVID, legalizing marijuana, climate change, requiring people to replace their home appliances, including their furnaces, with electric ones instead of natural gas, providing guaranteed basic income of $650 a month, ranked choice voting, and requiring businesses to submit to the city periodic reports on how many plastic bags they sell to their customers and what charity they give the money to. So, Mayor, normally you don't rebut citizen comments, but apparently you're doing so today. But that's all I have to say. And I didn't bring a lot of backup information, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Bierman. You don't have to answer any questions, but I will just say that City Manager let me know that the gentleman, or the person you spoke to about in Apodaca Park actually had a Social Security number. So if they had a Social Security number, there's a highly unlikely chance that they were undocumented. They were either
That's a minor point.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
fact
no,
is, he was beheaded.
Yeah. No, I understand. I'm just trying to explain that to you. And then also, and please, whoever's yelling from the audience, don't do that. You're not supposed to, okay? You just wait till your turn, come up to the podium, okay? So I know it's all new. We haven't done this in a while, but we're going to have that type of decorum, okay? So also, and I think you had emailed me, and I shared with you the new raises and bonuses that the chief had implemented. And so, again, but I do appreciate your concern with Las Cruces Police Department, because after all, they do a fantastic job with, and then I think I also mentioned to you that because of para, there are certain things that they would have lost certain benefits, and that's why some had to retire before July 1st, and then even a few years back, they would have lost their cost of living adjustment. So there's a lot of things, but nonetheless, I think Chief Dominguez is committed to making sure that they're staffed as appropriately as possible. So again, I appreciate it.
Well, the fact is, they're at 75% capacity, and council hasn't fixed it.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Mr. Mayor, over here.
Yes.
I wanted to point out that, I just wanted to reiterate your point, because it's not, I don't think it's a minor thing, accusing someone of being in this country undocumented and then committing a crime. That's very fear-based, untruthful information that actually our chief of police confirmed. So I think it's important to respect facts. Additionally, Senator Heinrich was aware of this information as well, and they checked in with ICE, and ICE actually replied back and said that they never gave that kind of interview to the news source that reported it. So it's important to combat misinformation.
No, I appreciate that, Councilor. Okay, Mr. Jeffers.
My name is Vince Jeffers, and I'm glad to be here. It's kind of nice. The place looks really nice. I like those little improvements you made on the carpet there with the handicap accessible things. Looks good. I did send some emails to the mayor and to my representative, Councilwoman Bencomo. I'm hopeful that at some point they are made part of the public record. I would think that they would be made part of the record as soon as they were sent, at least the day of the meeting anyway, but I didn't see them mentioned anywhere. And it's important for me that I document what has happened, and there's like a trail that at least I'm doing my part. And by you guys not at least reading it or coming up with some kind of, to your credit, maybe you responded back by email, but that wasn't really what I was trying to accomplish. Thanks for the July 4th concert, it was good. Music in the Park series. I went there yesterday. I knew, it looked overcast, but it seemed like there was going to be a concert anyway. And I think there could be better communications on the city's part saying, hey, it's canceled. And, I had even asked I like that band, so I'd asked if it was going to be rescheduled, and nobody ever responded back. So, as far as the vaccine goes, I have a lot of empathy on both sides of that. I'm one of the people that had my choices taken away, where I had the anthrax vaccine when I was in the military and had a very, very bad reaction, and, you know, you just do the best you can, I guess. So hopefully I'm using the right term, ARPA funds. I didn't watch that city council meeting, but I read the article. You know, to Councilman Sorg, at least you're considering the needs there and what the funds are supposed to be used for, so thank you for that. I would ask that at least some point you consider using some of those funds for the court systems, because they're going to get backed up really bad. They were hit hard with COVID, and you know, our people that live here are going to pay a very bad price, and hopefully you guys are keeping that in mind. And you know, I guess you're going to do what you want with those funds, but I don't think a swimming pool or, you know, capital improvements is what the funds were for. Fireworks in the residential, I had a whole bunch of them going off in my neighborhood. Yes, they were aerial. You know, it didn't seem like the police really cared all too much about having that stop. I mean, I love fireworks. I love the 4th of July. Remember, until the bowling alley massacre, I used to sell fireworks in Las Cruces. Again, when that happened, they stole another property off a valley, but it's neither here nor there. But as far as Bill McCamey and what he was doing with state funds, he makes it sound like he's in fear for his life. He's running from the state because, you know, he can say that, and the newspaper can print it, but the fact of the matter is, you know, I think the guy should be criminally prosecuted, because a lot of the funds that were, well, I'm going to use the word stolen. You can use a different word, but to me, they were stolen. And as far as the beheading in Apodaca Park, you know, that's another been there, done that. It's been done by the City of Las Cruces Police Department to use something like that for not good purposes. And in the past, when something like that was done, it wasn't exactly as it was represented in the paper or by the police. The person that I had seen read the article in the paper was also accused of doing some things at Beck's Coffee and some other places. Again, there's probably overwhelming evidence that he did that, but there's always a lot more to it, and he's almost following in the exact footsteps of what happened many years ago when Chief of Police Romero was manipulating people to the point of now do this, now do that. So I don't know the person, don't want to know him. I'm just saying it's easy to judge, and you know, knowing what Judge Armijo did and what Chief of Police Romero did at that time, I'm just hoping that they're not duplicating it again in Las Cruces, which seems to be the case. Again, with going on to the police auditor, I don't see much changing. I see the same group of people doing the same stuff. It doesn't seem like they're going to make any changes to the culture of Las Cruces, which is what has to happen. You have to change the culture in the police department and in the city council themselves. When I listened to the meeting where they were up here speaking, or they were speaking over the conference, Zoom, whatever you want to call it, one of the politicians had asked a very specific question, and he came back to, oh, you know, the past, we're just going to look at that for contextual purposes. Well, if you understand the pattern of behavior in the police department and with the city council of illegal activity after illegal activity after illegal activity, and then just kind of covering for each other, say, it's just how we do it. To me, you have to really make some significant changes, and using a police auditor that's just going to go along with it, I don't see the changes happening. I hope they do, but I don't see them happening. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that was the second row. Anyone on the third row? Yes, sir. I haven't seen, boy, everybody's coming out for it today. Come on up. I forgot your first name.
It's not my first time, Mayor. Mayor, City Council, how you guys doing? It's nice to see you guys. My name is Rudy Ray Aragon, Senior, lifelong resident, world traveler. But I'm here today to speak a little bit of my public input and say the rest reserved for my other part of this meeting. I don't understand what took so long. It was like you guys were in private sessions behind closed doors, 16 months. The county's been having meetings for a long time. And if you guys are vaccinated, which I'm assuming everybody is since you're pushing the vaccination, which I'm also vaccinated. My ex-wife works for Pfizer as a medical science liaison at that. I could really care less. I've had COVID. The Las Cruces Fire Department, LCPD pulled me out of my house one time when I was in full SARS. It was COVID too, though, back in 2015. So I was tubed and incubated and all that type of stuff way before anybody else really even knew what COVID was around here. But my concerns is the high rate crime and the way that everything is going on. I believe that individual that they're talking about that beheaded the other man who was a lifelong resident of Las Cruces, New Mexico, and coming from a nice family at that. He was also accused of another murder, I believe, right off of Picacho. But it just seems, yeah, you have been here for a long time, sir, and I remember standing in front of you when I first had my first stroke. And you didn't care about kids then, sir. You told me you cared about the city. You didn't care about the children. I still haven't seen nothing in your 20 years that you've been here for the children, sir. Our parks went to mayhem, and I mean mayhem, it's a good thing our counselor here, she was talking about the trees. But we see what happened with the trees. We didn't take care of the parks for the whole COVID time, but we sure enough staffed the whole place. But there was nothing being done to the parks. Our pond, what's going on with our pond? Our pond, they said the fishing lines were tangling the aerators. Anybody that's had a fish tank, a saltwater tank or anything, we drained that pond. We were supposedly fixing it, still leaking water. But there's also more than just adding aerators, and it's a great start. But it's also got a pH balance that has to be taken care of and everything else. And it's disappointing when I go to that park and I see all these kids crying because they see all the dead fish on the side. Bless you. But I'm going to reserve the rest of my time. And as far as this emergency order, how long do you need this emergency power, sir? Because we have a student council, we have a city manager who's really hard to get a hold of. I mean, I've been trying to get a hold of him for a couple meetings on a lot of different situations. But as a paid employee, I expect as a tax-paying citizen to be able to call your assistant and then get in touch with you, especially when there's no other means to get in touch with you when you guys can't even let us upstairs, you know? But I'm going to reserve the rest of my 4 minutes for the rest of the proclamation. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's good to see you guys back.
Just a couple things, Rudy. So did you go through your city councilor to try to set up an appointment with EFO?
Sir, I did everything.
Who's your city councilor?
Let me check my registration card.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Well, you know, I got memory
Yeah,
issues,
no, it's
stuff
okay,
like that,
okay,
you know.
no problem.
I'm a registered voter. You ask me a question,
No,
I'll respond. Because, you know, I do have memory issues.
Okay, all right.
But according to my registered voter registration card, oh, actually, I think it was when the time when I didn't actually. I'm talking about the time when there was someone put some eyes on our lines that were distributed given us by a great man, Mr. Stern, and there was some kind of craziness going on with those lines out. There was some crazy eyes and stuff that was like disrespectful to Mr. Stern himself. That was the email that I was talking about.
Mr. Stern?
Yes, sir. I sent an email to everybody about there was some kind of eyes on our lines out here that someone just.
Do you mean Stuart Eade?
Yes, sir.
Stuart Eade.
I'm sorry. That's that memory issue again, sir. But yeah, that was very disrespectful. It was there for almost more than half a year, and you know, it was just I didn't understand why we allow something like that was dedicated. Those lands cost a lot of money, and to be just disrespected like that was slap in the face to a great man who did a great thing for this community. But I'll save the rest of my time for the rest of the proclamations. Thank you.
So that was the third row. Anyone else?
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie McDaniel, and I am here for several reasons. One is in regards to your mask vaccination ordinance that you are considering. But before I talk about that, I want to say a few things. One, I'm glad to hear that you have increased or are trying to increase our law enforcement's, not only the staffing, but the pay. I understand not too long ago that the staffing of the Las Cruces Police Department was down 25%, and being the second largest city in the state of New Mexico, that their pay was ranked 15th. I find that to be unacceptable. I also find it unacceptable that we are talking about things like plastic bags, mask and vaccine mandates, when we have a homeless population on the streets of Las Cruces that's growing unprecedentedly. We have children who haven't been to school in a year. We have businesses that are failing because of being closed. There are so many more problems in this city than what is being addressed right now. So that being said, sir, I have been given this legal notice for New Mexico to read to the City Council, and so I'm going to do so. To the City Council and Mayor of Las Cruces, New Mexico, as well as the City Attorney and City Clerk and City Manager. You are hereby notified that it is unlawful for you or any other City Council member, City Manager, or City Attorney, or that the Police Department employees to require someone to wear a mask, even if you or they are a licensed medical doctor who has examined the patron individually, and you have determined that the person be physically fit enough to restrict their breathing while on your premises, or anyone else's in the ordinance. The person still has the right to choose whether to wear a mask or not, requiring that all members of the public wear a face mask, which is designated by the FDA as a medical device, is acting in the capacity as an unlicensed practice of medicine, which is a violation of NMSA 61-35. This is also true for any business owner demanding that someone put on a mask to enter their store. Number 2, it is unlawful for you or any other City Council member, City Manager, or City Attorney, or that the Police Department employees to take someone's temperature. Gathering vital statistics is a violation of the Fourth Amendment, which protects a person's right to privacy. Violation of this protection will result in your actions being reported to the U.S. Department of Justice, which is required by law to investigate civil rights violations. This is also true for any business owner demanding that someone be subject to temperature taking to enter their store. It is unlawful for you or any City Council member, City Manager, or City Attorney, or the Police Department, including non-law enforcement, to attempt to require enforcement of local ordinances in this regard. Since this face mask ordinance you have passed or are attempting to pass will violate personal property rights as well as civil rights, and the National Patients' Bill of Rights, any ordinance in this regard is null and void and have no merit in law hence. They cannot be enforced. This is why local law enforcement and by and large has not enforced your previous ordinances and proclamations. Neither are any of you sworn and practicing law enforcement officers, nor are the vast majority of business owners who attempt to enforce your illegal ordinance being proposed typical a member of law enforcement. Impersonating a law enforcement officer is also a crime in this state, under 3027(2.1. Impersonating a peace officer carries the penalty of a guilty of a misdemeanor. Upon a second or third or subsequent conviction, the officer is guilty of a fourth-degree felony. You and they, the business owners that will be reporting on this, will be reported to authorities for this violation. This is also true for any member of the public attempting to enforce an illegal ordinance or a legal one at that. Requiring that business owners and employees enforce their illegal ordinances puts these people in jeopardy of violating the same laws. Number 4, it is unlawful for you or any other City Council member, City Manager, or City Attorney, or the Police Department employees to prohibit someone to enter this establishment, which is a place of public accommodation. U.S. federal law, civil rights laws in Title II require free and equal access of all services and facilities without discrimination. Furthermore, the non-discrimination laws in this state under New Mexico Civil Rights Law 49-8-2 further prohibit you from preventing entry to the full enjoyment of this government facility or other businesses in this county. A violation of these laws will result in you or they being served as notice of discrimination. Number 5, it is unlawful for you or any City Council member, City Manager, or City Attorney for the police department employees to block someone's entry to your establishment. This is a place of public accommodation, and as such, no person may be prevented entry when this establishment is open to the public. False imprisonment is the unlawful violation of the personal liberty of another. Attempting to prevent someone's entry into this establishment or restrict, detain, or confine their movements constitutes false imprisonment under NM New Mexico SA 30-4-3. Number 6, you are hereby notified that you must immediately publish and notify all businesses in the city of Las Cruces, New Mexico, that any business claim of store policy or no mask, no service, or carrying a proof of COVID-19 vaccine card is null, void, and unlawful, as no business may enforce policy that violates established law. This legal notice sets forth the previous 5 laws, and there may be more, which supersede any claim to the store policy. Any attempt to prohibit the free and equal access of all services and facilities of this government establishment and all other public access government buildings in the city and public access businesses will be reported to law enforcement as criminal charges of false imprisonment, be reported to the U.S. Department of Justice as a violation of civil rights, be reported to the legal counsel of this establishment, be reported to the district attorney of this jurisdiction for possible criminal charges. There is another page. I also want to say, this is my first attempt at a visit to the City Council. It will not be my last. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDaniel. Just a couple things, and I'll just say it more generic. Regarding the Open Meetings Act. Open Meetings Act, as put forth by the Attorney General of the State of New Mexico, states that we do not necessarily require that you be allowed to actually address City Council. It's just if you look at the rules, you just have to be able to view the meeting. So you can view the meeting outside, you can view the meeting in here, you can view the meeting at home. So that's one thing. But Council does not, or County Commission does not have to require you to respond. So that's one. Second, I'm not too sure if you heard that maybe it was someone that you may be aware of, challenged the governor's authority, and the New Mexico Supreme Court upheld that during a pandemic, which we still are, I know you may not believe that, but we still are, that what you're saying, these rules that are put forth, that are cleared by our city attorney's office, are valid. So just thought I'd share that with you. Now, once the pandemic is completely over, then the governor's authority ceases, as does mine. So just thought I'd share that with you. Okay, so who else on that row?
I'm just going to hand you a copy of what they're reading.
Hand it to the clerk, please. Just hand them all to the clerk. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lucy Garcia, and I'm going to continue the law that you just read. Neither you or any city council member, city manager, or city attorney, or police department employees may prevent the lawful entry of a patron regardless of whether they're wearing a mask or not, or carrying a proof of COVID-19 vaccine. Attempting to prevent the entry of a visitor to this government establishment, which is a place of public accommodation, is a violation of an implied irrevocable license that this government building has granted to the public. Any attempt by you or any employee to summon law enforcement with the claim of trespassing will be reported as assault by you or any city council member, city manager, or city attorney, or the police department employees. You or your designee can be charged with and convicted of assault in the state even if no one is physically hurt by your behavior. This is no valid claim of trespass because A, this government establishment is open to the public. This government establishment has extended an irrevocable license to the public of entry. This visitor has entered legally and has not interfered with the business of the city council meeting. There has been no evidence of violations. If you are wearing a mask while engaged in any of the above violations, this aggravates your crime and business owner's crime too. You or any city council member, city manager, city attorney, or the police department
Police Department employees can be charged with and convicted of assault in this case, even if no one is physically hurt by your behavior. Now that you have been duly notified of the laws that are being violated by your illegal ordinance, it behooves you all to notify the city police chief of Las Cruces of your egregious errors and rescind and nullify any previous face mask ordinance or proclamation you have passed and is or supported, as well as any attempt to require proof of COVID-19 vaccine as well needs to be rescinded as well. How much time do I have? 4:33. I come here before everyone with a very strong message, and some people might not believe it, but it's from the Lord. And He has prepared me for this moment since I was a little girl, because my mother took us to all the religions, so I am in a position where I can talk with authority. I was a Catholic, we were Catholics, we were Baptists, we were Methodists, we were non-denominational Christians, we were Pentecostal, we were everything, and now I know why the Lord has put me in this position today. And I'm gonna try real hard not to cry, because I've been on my knees for years talking to the Lord. And if you don't believe that He shows you visions and dreams and gives you words, He does. And He's been doing that to me. And I have something that everybody here, I know that somebody can relate to me in some way or other, because I have been a Democrat all my life. Just recently in 2017, we became Republicans. And we can see clearly that there's errors and there's mistakes in both parties. I'm trying to decide, where am I gonna go now? Because we have lost the true vision that our forefathers gave us to establish this nation to be a Christian nation. For us, our forefathers, they wrestled, they fought, they cried over, they sweated over our Constitution. Many of them said that it was a miracle. And to this day, I can see the miracle that it was, because I have seen what God is telling me. It took me a while to see it. We're fighting like kids, like children, when we should be fighting for the people, God's people. And even the people that are not God's people, we should love them all, yes. But when are we going to go back to what our forefathers taught us, to love one another and be based on a constitutional government that is for the people, by the people? It was for us. It was meant to be for us, to keep us all safe and to have a nation that was going to last a very long time. The historians know that most nations, they don't last more than 250 years. We're close, we're there. We're close, we're here. I have a plea for the people in New Mexico and America to start hearing God's voices. It needs to be for all of us. Our laws were made for all of us, to protect all of us. Yes, don't discriminate. Love the people that are undocumented. Love all religions, yes. But He gave us a country that we're supposed to be following the laws. We're supposed to be making laws that protect the people, that protect New Mexicans. And I have seen it with my own eyes that my family, my friends, we're suffering because the laws, our own government is hurting us. Our own government is hurting us. You want documentation, ma'am? My niece got hit by an illegal person. Her car was totaled. They almost lost their life, and this man had 3 DWIs. I'll get you the documentation. This happened a few years. I told the story to our last representative. I forgot her name right now. I'm kind of nervous, but let's start working together. Yeah, I care about grandma, but care about us, Mayor. The crime has gone up. Twice I've almost been hurt in the streets because they approached me. Thank you very much. God bless you all. I hope that God touches every heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Anyone else on that row? Nope. Next row?
I'm Bridget Bartel, and I would like to bring something to your attention which has really bothered me. I'm a newcomer to Cruces. I've lived in Ruidoso for about 14 years. I moved down here for various reasons. However, twice, last year and this year, the 4th of July was just a holy terror. My neighbor, for 6 hours, non-stop, did he have firecrackers, aerial fireworks, etc., etc. You know, people are encouraged to adopt animals. I have an adopted animal that was so abused. My dog was shaking. And I don't think that's very responsible to have these fireworks in neighborhoods where houses are just about 10 feet apart or even closer. And I feel there needs to be some kind of a law, some kind of a reinforcement to stop this. Because I think some of the states, what they do, they just do not sell permits anymore. And I think that would be a good solution. I understand that kids like this, but most neighborhoods, they have seniors, and they also have younger people living there, and they have children. Certainly, there has to be some kind of a solution to stop this. 6 hours straight through without a stop, that is just too much. You know, 1 hour is the maximum. And when I had decided, well, I'm going to go up to Ruidoso, I'm going to stay with some friends with my dog, and suddenly it occurs to me I'm not allowed to drive at night. So I couldn't even go up there. But this is just not acceptable. And I really do wish that you would do some changes in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bridget. And welcome to Las Cruces. I'll admit that probably was a lot more than in the past, and I can't speak for them, but I think people were just happy to have been able to celebrate the 4th of July if they made it to this far. So, but I hear you, and I think there's probably going to be a lot more enforcement next year. Anyone else in that row? Okay, so that's the first, second, third, fourth. 6th row? How about 6th row? 7th row? 8th row? Anyone else on my left? Okay, so I'm going to move to my right. 1st row staff, 2nd row staff, 3rd row, looks like staff. 4th, I don't know, it could be staff, but a lot of new faces. 5th row, I see Josh and Alex. 6th row, 7th row. 8th. No one else on this side? Okay. All right, well, thank you for that public participation. Now I'm going to go to the conflict of interest statement. This is where I'll ask if any member of the city council, city manager, or any member of the city staff has a known conflict of interest on any item on the agenda.
None.
None. None.
Now I have a closed meeting statement to read. Las Cruces City Council met in closed session at 11:01 a.m. on July 12th, 2021. Following members were in attendance: Councilors Flores, Sword, Bencomo, Vasquez, Abeta Stuvi, Gandara, and myself, Ken Miyagashima. Staff present was Ikani Tamopeo, Assistant City Manager, Barbara De Leon, Chief Administrative Officer, Robert Cabello, Deputy City Attorney, Mark Standridge, Outside Attorney, Sonia Delgado, Parks and Rec Director. Meeting adjourned at 12:33 p.m. And for the record, City Council met to discuss pending litigation regarding Tafoya versus the City of Las Cruces, and risk management, number M-14-CV-2017-00603, which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 7. And number 2, to discuss and purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property which is closed pursuant to NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H, number 8. Okay, so now, going to acceptance of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. If there's no questions, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve the agenda as presented. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, we go to 8.1, Resolution 22-006.
Move to approve.
Second, Gandara.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gandara. And it looks like Will Blanchard will be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. William Blanchard, Budget Analyst. The resolution before you is to accept the various budget adjustments for the end of the year, fiscal year 2021. These budget adjustments contain year-end adjustments with no new programs or policy initiatives. They are focused on compliance and alignment. Some items are year-end cleanup. And with me today, I have Public Works Director, Mr. David Cedillo, who will discuss changes to the CIP, and we have representatives to answer any of your questions. As always, we strive to apply best practice. The amounts we are requesting today are in the column with the yellow heading, and we are letting you know what kind of adjustment we are making. R is for revenue, E for expense, and T is for transfer. We are adjusting investment income in various city funds to account for current year actual income. The total amount we are requesting is $531,316. There are many, many funds that we are making these changes to, which is why we have them all grouped into one here. There's about 70 funds I believe. And this is investment income that was not budgeted or was budgeted too low in the budget process for fiscal year 2021, and this is adjusting these amounts to the actuals. Las Cruces Airport is requesting depreciation expense of $949,285 in Fund 5010 to bring the budget in line with the actuals. Utilities is requesting $4,465 of depreciation expense in Fund 5300 to bring the budget in line with actuals as well. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. David Cedillo.
Thanks, William.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. David Cedillo, Public Works Director for the record. I will be going over the CIP amendments for you at this time. For FY21, we only have 2. So we have an increase in materials cost as part of the CIP amendment, which we are reducing from unpaved roads in the amount of $175,000. This is due to the increase of material testing on our current capital improvement projects. That includes projects from our reconstruction, our rehabilitation, GO bonds, and those projects coming forth. Again, this is for those increased amounts of testing for FY21. With that, at this point, both Mr. Will Blanchard and I will stand for any questions the council may have.
Thanks, David. Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, David, and Will? Yes. Right, good. I wanted a little more explanation on that $531,316. Did you say that was going to a lot of different budgets? Or exactly where will that money be put?
Okay.
Used?
Mayor, Councilor Sorg, that money is, I believe that the investments that the city makes are split and allocated into each fund that the city has based on the percentage of the money that was invested. And this is, then this investment income is basically going to increase the fund balance of several funds.
Now I understand much better, yeah, thank
Okay.
you. So each fund put money in the investment, and now they're getting it back after it's...
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you so much, Will. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Anyone else? Members of the public have any questions? Okay, seeing none, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-006. Councilor Bader-Stugi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondaro?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.2, Resolution 22-007.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Bader-Stugi.
Mayor, that was made by Councilor Sorg.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The motion.
You sounded like Councilor Vasquez. Okay, Councilor Sorg, sorry about that. And second by Councilor Bader-Stugi. Okay, Will, so you're still up.
Good afternoon, William Blanchard, Budget Analyst. The resolution before you is to accept the various budget adjustments for July fiscal year 2022. These budget adjustments contain no new programs or policy initiatives. They are focused on compliance and alignment, with several items being carried over from fiscal year 21 into fiscal year 22. Again, with me today, I have the Public Works Director, Mr. David Cedillo, who will discuss changes to the CIP, and we have representatives to answer any questions. As always, we strive to apply best practice. The amounts we are requesting today are in the column with the yellow heading, and we are letting you know what kind of adjustment we are making. R is for revenue, E for expense, and T for transfer. The Chief Administrative Officer in the City Manager's Office is requesting $82,896 in the general fund for a senior management analyst. This is a reclass of a position that is currently in Public Works and in Facilities. Legal is requesting to carry over $88,608 in the general fund for investigative work that was not completed in fiscal year 21. Police is requesting a carryover of $107,196 in the general fund for purchases that did not come in fiscal year 21. These include public safety psychological services, advertising for the 51st Police Academy, customer service software, and ammunition. Fire is requesting $332,000 in the general fund for the Mobile Integrated Health Program. This was missed during the budgeting process for fiscal year 22. Economic Development is requesting to carry over $110,000 in the general fund for the Mesilla Valley Community of Hope Master Plan. The Assistant City Manager in the City Manager's Office is requesting $18,455 in the general fund, which includes an increase of $85,968 for carryovers in the Sustainability Office, as well as a decrease of $67,513 in Facilities to reclass the Senior Management Analyst position, and also to move budget due to the city's reorganization. Parks and Recreation is requesting a carryover of $297,754 in the general fund for purchases and projects that were not completed in fiscal year 21. These include park master plans, Las Cruces lateral RTP trail, and other various purchases. Community Development is requesting a carryover of $252,461 in the general fund for engineering consulting delayed in fiscal year 21. Quality of Life is requesting carryovers of $74,508 in the general fund for purchases delayed in fiscal year '21. These include a screen vision contract, homebound mental health services, a mountaintop vision contract, and a customer service survey. Public Works is requesting $39,412 in the general fund. This includes an increase of $52,258 that is being moved out of facilities due to the city's reorg, and a decrease of $13,846 for the senior management analyst. Police is adjusting Fund 2401, the Police Protection Fund, by $6,811 in both revenue and expense. This is an increase of $10,411 for vests that were delayed from fiscal year '21 into fiscal year '22, and a decrease of $3,600 due to the amount from the state coming in lower than expected due to officer retirements. Visit Las Cruces is requesting a carryover of $446,250 due to projects not being completed in fiscal year '21. These are the Virgin Galactic First Launch and the Convention Center Recovery Grant. Public Works is decreasing the expense in Fund 4005 due to projects being completed in fiscal year '21. Public Works is also decreasing revenue and expense in Fund 4100, the Capital Grants Projects Fund, to adjust these projects to actuals. There was more spent in fiscal year '21 than they had originally planned. Parks and Recreation is increasing both revenue and expense in Fund 4100, $100,000 to adjust the skate park grant to actual. Public Works is decreasing expenses in Fund 4400 due to completing the projects in fiscal year '21. Airport is increasing revenue and expense in Fund 5010 by $450,000. This is carrying the LRU runway extension grant over into fiscal year '22. This grant came in after the budget process was complete. Utilities is increasing revenue and expense in Fund 5450 for the NMED wastewater septic systems grant. This grant came in after the budget process for fiscal year '22 was already completed. Transit is increasing revenue $182,312 and expense $327,286 in Fund 5920 to carry over various grants into fiscal year '22. Transit is also decreasing revenue $33,059 and expense $44,010 in Fund 5923 to adjust various grants to actuals. And now I will turn it over to Mr. David Cedillo.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council again. David Cedillo, Public Works Director for the record, and I'll be going over the CIP amendments for you this afternoon for FY22. So we'll go ahead and begin. We have the active transportation plan sidewalk gaps and the Mesquite Tornillo drainage improvements being reduced by $25,000 and $205,000 respectively, which are being added to the project down below for the Walnut Madrid tap bike and pedestrian improvements. These added costs will help cover the additional grant match that is the city's portion and some increased cost. As Mr. Blanchard listed before, we have La Clínica de Familia Behavioral Health Facility and the Mesilla Valley Community of Hope Health Facility, Phase 2. Those two projects, budgets are being set to actuals. Also, another project that is being adjusted to actuals is our pavement condition index improvements. Next, our pavement management system road condition survey is being removed from the CIP as we have completed that project. We also have the Las Cruces runway, as explained by Mr. Blanchard, the Albert Johnson Park Master Plan, and the Las Cruces lateral RTP trail are all being adjusted, the budgets to actuals. We do have a project, which is the Loman and Roadrunner Parkway medians. That on the CIP is being amended for a name change. That is to identify the project location. This project is being changed from the I-10, I-25 landscape project before. The funds will be utilized for Loman and Roadrunner Parkway medians. Next, we have the new skate park plan and design. As Mr. Blanchard explained, we're adjusting those to actuals, along with the wastewater septic systems, which is an NMED grant. We also have another name change for the Pioneer Women's gazebo improvements. Here, we're identifying the improvements by including the word gazebo because that's where the funds will be utilized. And here on number 8, we have, or I'm sorry, the third one down, we have the Provencio Van Dam drinking fountains. That is both a name change and scope change as well on the CIP. These are for new improvements. We had some additional funding from the lighting over at Provencio Van Dam Park, and with that remaining funding, drinking fountains are going to be installed at the park. And with that, both Mr. Blanchard and I will stand for any questions the council may have.
Thanks, Dave. Councilor Flores, Councilor Vasquez, Councilor Betastudio, and Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Cedillo and Mr. Blanchard, for your presentations. So some of this goes over my head. You know, I'm brilliant otherwise, but, you know. So thank you very much. But I do, I just want a clarification, Mr. Blanchard. When you take, these are just adjustments on money that's already been allocated previously, correct? I mean, that's what I understood when you first started your presentation, that this is money that is moving from fiscal 21 to fiscal 22. Is that pretty much accurate?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, on a lot of those, yes, that is accurate.
But not on all of them?
Not on all of them.
Well, why do you do that to me? You have to be consistent. But this is all, and well, some money is being moved from one fund to another?
Yes, there is some money that is being moved in between departments. We are reclassing a position that is currently in Public Works and in Facilities. They used to be all in Public Works, and now Facilities was split off, so we're moving, there used to be a position that was split between them. We're moving the budget out of Facilities and into Public Works. And then there's another position that was split between them that is being reclassed to a Senior Management Analyst position in the Chief Administrative Officer's office.
And that's why the funds are moving?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, because of that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, to me,
Yeah.
to you, of course, it makes
Yes.
sense. But to me, it makes sense. And for Mr. Cedillo, I do have a question. You mentioned something in my district, the medians, I believe, is that what you were addressing, the parkways? On Roadrunner Parkway and Loman?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, David Cedillo for the record. Yes, ma'am. There is funds that are being reallocated as far as a name change on the capital improvement program to utilize those funds for improvements on medians on Roadrunner and Loman Avenue.
So what exactly does that mean? And what would I tell my constituents when they say that I've done nothing? Of course, nothing has been done for at least the 12 years I've been here, 9 years. So what do you tell us, the constituents, the residents of District 6? What exactly does that mean, Mr. Cedillo?
Great question, Councilor Flores. What this means is Parks and Recs has identified a need for improvements to landscaping medians. Has been for some time. They are utilizing funding from another project that is not going to be moving forward to address those needs at this time.
Okay. And what are the needs being addressed at this time? Another great question.
The inclusion of medians being improved that are barren on Loman Avenue and Roadrunner.
Okay. And at this point, is it a plan? Is it a design? Is work being? Is it going to begin soon? Is there a timeline? And can you identify each step, if there is a timeline, at which point are we? Are we at ground zero?
So, all great questions. Based on approval from City Council today, that'll actually kick off the start of it. So those items will begin once council approves the adjustments, if they so wish to do so. That'll kick off, and that'll put those projects into design. I believe Parks and Rec, if anyone's available here, has greater details on that. They may already have started some of the design, so that may give us a headway, because they were working on other phases of landscaping medians throughout the city.
So, Mr. Cedillo, do you know whether that median is the one that is across or very close to, I think it's Pioneer, or is it Pioneer, or the little Sagecrest Park? On
Councilor
Roadrunner
Flores,
Parkway?
I don't think that's near Roadrunner Parkway or...
Because you said this was Loman and...
Loman Avenue and Roadrunner Parkway. I don't know which exact medians they are going to improve. However, we can have Parks and Rec and our staff as well to forward that information to council on which ones are going to be improved, and provide a timeline for design, estimated construction, and an estimated completion date.
That would be great, because as you know, about 2 minutes after I was elected, I had a meeting that you sat in on along with Sonia Delgado and David Dollahan. And so those people are still asking me what is going on. So, but we still don't have anything definitive. Even after all that asking and all that
Well,
nudging I've been doing.
Councilor Flores, I wouldn't say that nothing has happened. We have had one phase of the landscape median projects go through and be completed. Like I said, we are working in conjunction with Parks and Rec to get phase 2 going. So, yes, there have been improvements done, and they are continuing those efforts to address those that have not been completed at this time.
Okay, so that would include then, the one I'm talking about is the one that's further south, near Golf Club Road? Yes.
I would
Yeah, the one that is
venture-
south of Veterans Park, the one that has a beautiful landscaping
It's at
across the street.
It's at the corner of Frontier and Roadrunner Parkway.
Frontier. I was thinking it was Pioneer, but it's
Yes.
Frontier. Thank you, Mayor.
As mentioned before, Councilor Flores, unfortunately, I don't have that specific answer for you, but I can and will be sending that information to council.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cedillo, and thank you, Mr. Blanchard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Vasquez, Councilor Betestuvi, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, gentlemen. Two quick questions here. One is around the senior management analyst position. I understand two positions from Public Works and Facilities are being consolidated into this new position or reclassified. Do you know what those positions were from each of those respective departments?
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, it was only one position that was being repurposed, but it was split between the two, but I am sorry, I do not know the position. Do you know, David?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilor Vasquez. The position that is being reclassed from Public Works into the City Manager's office is an old management analyst position that was reclassified into a CIP manager position. That position is what is being transferred over to the City Manager's office and reclassed for a senior management analyst.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. So are you saying that CIP management position is no longer needed by Public Works, but has that position been vacant for some period of time?
Councilor Vasquez, based on the needs of the organization, that was something through the reorganization that was identified as a need. That was moved over. We are still working to move forward with a CIP manager, but again, we are evaluating all of our organizational needs as we continue to move forward and see what we have. We are planning on moving forward with it. However, again, based on those evaluations as we move forward, we will see how and where that position may lie.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. So you may anticipate perhaps coming back for a different budget request to bring that position back to us at some point when the reorganization analysis is complete?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. That I think that just leads to a greater point around
the current vacancy rate that we have and reclassifying positions to switch them around the organization, hoping that we're filling gaps, but at the same time, if there are needs, especially at the management level, I think for departments like Public Work and Facilities, which I think are crucial to delivering services for our community, that staff would feel comfortable bringing those budget requests to City Council so that we're not just moving the same money around, but adding money to the budget if it's needed to bring those positions back. So just wanted to say that comment. The other question I have is around the Community of Hope, the master plan. And I'm just wondering if I get more information around the Community of Hope Master Plan being housed in economic development. Just some more information on that would be great.
Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, I will defer that to Natalie Green.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of Councilor, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez. As you remember, the Housing and Neighborhood Services is housed within the Economic Development Department. We are using cost savings from the 21 to 25 consolidated plan. Our plan came under budget, so those cost savings are being reallocated to the Community of Hope Master Plan, and that project was delayed in its start, so we did not spend as much as we anticipated in last fiscal year, so we're just carrying over to the remainder of the contract over.
Thank you, Natalie. And is that a project that you're leading?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, that is a project led out of Facilities, but in partnership with Economic Development, the agencies, and then Community Development, who's responsible for the PUD.
Thank you, Natalie. My last question on that item is around the recent proposed acquisition of that property in the area in terms of incorporating the expansion of the campus into the master plan. Do you know if this master plan takes that potential expansion into consideration?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, so the primary purpose is to look at the infrastructure needs, although we are asking the consultant to submit a change order to include any potential needs of that parcel. It won't cover the community input process, so we haven't developed how we're going to go out to the public to ask them what we should do on that property, but it will take into account some items. You may recall that we are recommending an additional driveway, so it'll implement things like that.
Thank you, Natalie. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Beta-Stubbe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Tony, and well, it's good to see people in person. I have a quick question with regards to Parks and Rec. One of the carryovers is for the Tony Gomez Park Master Plan, and I am curious to see if there was any time limitations on that. I know the park is, I believe, ready for some new equipment, and so I was checking in on some timelines.
Mayor, Councilor Stuve, I am going to defer that question to Kathy Matthews with Parks and Rec.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councilors. Councilor Beta-Stubbe, yeah, we have not yet started that process yet of working on the master plan for Gomez. However, a few years ago, we had done some initial conversations with the neighbors in the vicinity, and that helped us to identify that there is a need for that master plan because there are a lot of ideas of what should happen there. So this master planning effort, the idea is to take into account all of the ideas of the residents within the vicinity, and that likely will include additional play equipment or trails, lighting, those kinds of features we're anticipating, but we will be conducting an extensive public input process to make those final decisions as part of the master planning process.
Thank you. And did we have any start time that you were looking to get that information from the residents?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Beta-Stubbe, we do not have a defined timeline yet, but we anticipate starting early this fall.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Kathy, you may want to. Thank you all for your presentation. I wanted to ask a little more specifics. on slide 14 around Parks and Rec and the park projects and purchases. Kathy, can you go a little more in detail for me related to that particular item? Oops, slide 4.
Sorry.
You were on it.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. I thought you said slide 14. Okay.
4. There you go.
So, pardon me, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gondara, this budget adjustment is for, among other things, the skate park, the Gomez and Brannigan master plans, and also the RTP grant, which is a trails design grant that will be used for the Las Cruces lateral. So those particular park projects are included in the budget adjustments being requested today. Also, there are 2 vehicle acquisitions that are included, and that's for a trailer and a Versavac as well.
Okay, thank you, Kathy, for that. Those are quite a few projects. I know you all are very, very busy, and this is really more aimed to Ms. Delgado. What does your vacancies look like, and what will that prevent some of these projects from moving forward timely?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Gondara, Sonia is making her way. Thank you.
Oh.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Sonia Delgado, Director of Parks and Recreation. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for the question. Right now, our vacancies, we have all our managers in place, administrators. Where we get a lot of vacancies is our lifeguards, our seasonal type cashiers, basketball scorekeepers, our student rec aides. We do go through them annually, and so we will have vacancies, and then we turn around and fill them. We have a lot of students, high school students and college students. They'll stay for us for a couple of years on the high school side, then they move on. Sometimes we keep a few of them, and then on the college students, they'll stay with us 2 to 4 years, and then they'll move on. And so we have that little cycle that kind of goes through all of our positions.
So, Ms. Delgado, for the particular projects that Kathy mentioned, will any of those be affected by the vacancies that you've specified?
No.
No.
No, we have a team, we have a project team. Kathy's our lead on that project team.
Okay.
We also work very, very closely with Public Works because we don't build, so we do all the other footwork on the other end, meetings, getting input, information, and then once it gets to the construction phase, then we shift it on over to Public Works.
Okay.
And so we do that internally with all the administrators, myself, Kathy, and we have a couple other people.
Thank you for that, Sonia. I do want to say that I'm concerned about the number of projects that are going out, specifically the GEO bond. You're going to be inheriting, right, quite a bit of square footage there that you'll have to maintain. So I want to say publicly I'm concerned, and I've said this before. I think your FTEs need to be increased, and if you had a magic wand, what would that look like?
If I had a magic wand?
Yeah.
We'd be fully staffed all the way around so that we could provide the level of service that our community is accustomed to. And I know that we're going to go through some tough times. We have been bringing those forward to budget. They have been aware for the last couple of years. Even when Go Bond was passed, we started talking about, if this happens, we're going to need these things in place. We do have a lot of new projects that come online, as you know. They happen yearly. We get brand new ones, probably a handful every single year that add to that list. And we understand the impact that it's going to have, but we do make sure that we pass it along to budget. I always joke with Leanne DeMouche because every time I call her, I always tell her it's your favorite person because you know why I'm calling, I need more money. And every time she sees me, says the same thing. So they are very well aware of our needs that are coming forward. And for example, the swimming pool, we've already have a portion of that this fiscal year. Go Bond, we'll be talking about that again for next fiscal year. We have them in line, so they're coming down the road. So we're hoping that we can get those taken care of.
So what is the number? What is the number that you're calculating and moving through Leanne up the chain?
We do it by crews.
Okay.
So, for example, we're asking for a whole entire trail crew, could be anywhere between 2 and 4 people, to take care of all the trails. Once Go Bond comes online, we will need them, because right now we have our athletic ball field crew who helps with that. So when they're not lining the fields and taking care of that, they're on the trail. So when COVID happened, we weren't having games, so they were on the trails. Once we started opening back up, they had to split their time, and now we're starting to hear about that a little bit more, but we just don't have the bodies at the moment. We're working on that. We're working on trying to find some alternatives. We're trying to figure out how do we make this work, because I know I can't have all those FTEs. I know I can't get all that money when I need it, so our team has been talking about coming together with strategies and trying to figure out how do we make this dollar stretch, and what can we do to get either a community to help us in some way, or if we can work with other agencies that can help us. For example, Mano y Mano has been fantastic for us. So do we expand that? Do we look at others to help us in that same realm? So we're really thinking hard about that, and we hope to have some solutions soon.
Good. I appreciate that, Sonia. I am concerned about the number of projects that are coming on your list, and specifically the Geo Bond, the trails, the East Mesa recreational site that's going to take a number of FTEs. And so I just want to make sure that those are being communicated up the chain, and then some way communicated to council, when budget time. And I'll make a note of it and make sure that that's one of my requests as we move through the budget process. So thank you, Sonia.
Thank you.
I notice you're limping along. I hope you're okay.
I'm doing well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sidewalk gaps, slide 7. Can you talk to me specifically about the sidewalk gaps? What that consists of? Hi?
Mayor Pro Tem David Cedillo for the record. The sidewalk gaps, we're taking $25,000 from that and incorporating it into the Walnut Madrid project. Now, the reason we're doing so is we do have some sidewalk gaps along Madrid. There are some gaps between Solano and I believe Sexton, and then I believe right between Desert and Martha, Jay, right next to the apartment complex. If you recall, there's just the curb and gutter, and it goes straight into the parking area. So there's no identified sidewalks. So because of the need on the Walnut Madrid project, we are taking money from the sidewalk gaps, but we'll still be using it to address some of those gaps with this project.
Okay. I appreciate the clarification, David. Thank you. Both in, I think, mine and Councilor Vasquez's district.
Yes,
Maybe
ma'am.
all mine, I'm not sure. But thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Those are all my questions.
Councilor Bencomo?
Thanks, Mayor. I just have a couple questions. Mr. Blanchard, you mentioned something on slide 3 under police around psychological services. I'm wondering if someone can talk a little bit more about that.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I will defer that to Carrie Daines.
Also, Mr. Blanchard, you're a lot taller than I remember.
Mayor, City Council, Councilor Bencomo, Deputy Chief Carrie Daines, Las Cruces Police Department. He is quite a bit taller. As we increase the hiring window for the police academy, we're also having to increase some of the psychologicals, and also we opened up the laterals to full-time. So as they come in, we want to hurry up, get them evaluated, and see if they're a good fit for us. So, and the billing's just a little bit behind, and so that's where we're at. So it's nothing new, it's just a carryover, Councilor.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chief Daines. My other question is for Visit Las Cruces. Thank you, Deputy Chief. If they could just talk more about the 200,000 Virgin Galactic.
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, I will defer that to Rochelle Hernandez.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo.
Rochelle Miller Hernandez, Visit Las Cruces. So the carryover, there's two things that make up the carryover. The first part is the at-risk convention center grant that we received towards the end of the year. The second part is, I did hear how they mentioned the first launch. Things have changed since that was first allotted. Those funds are going to be used towards promoting business opportunities and commercial space tourism, instead in conjunction with economic development. The original plans were around a first launch celebration, but that, of course, has changed over the course of the year, and it would be more to the benefit of the city to use the funds in another capacity.
And you haven't really fully thought that through yet, what that might
We're
look like
working on that.
specifically? Okay.
Yes. Mhm.
Will we have an opportunity to see that as council?
Yes, and we will also be speaking on it in our presentation to you next week.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much, Rochelle.
You're welcome.
And then this question may be for EFO, actually. I noticed that in our packet, some departments have specifically named out, so there's the total cost, and then some departments, like Public Works and Parks, have named out specifics. Is that something that could happen across the line for all departments?
For sure, Councilor, we can make sure that happens.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, Mayor.
Okay, anybody else? Let's see, how about members of the public? Okay, seeing none, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-007. Councilor Beta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, before we get to item 8.3, I've been informed that there are some members of the public who weren't familiar with how we do the consent agenda. And so one or two of them have not had a chance to have their concerns. So I've decided to go ahead and let them speak, but it's only going to be 3 minutes each. So we're going to go circle back, even though it's been voted on. Theoretically, I guess if you can convince this council to take a revote, but I don't know. But I believe it was regarding Resolution 22-002.
Which was?
Yeah, so I've been advised that we have a motion and a second to suspend the rules so we can kind of get out of order, so that's fine.
So moved.
Second, Gondara.
Motion made by Councilor Flores, second by Mayor Pro Tem Gondara, that we suspend the rules so we can hear item 7.1, which is Resolution 22-002. So on the suspension of the rules, Christine?
This is on the motion to suspend the rules to listen to item 7.1. Councilor Beta-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so we're at Resolution 22-002, and did Rob take off? Rob Cabello? He was going to... So, okay, well, we'll go ahead and let those who wish to speak. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Jeff Howie, and I would respectfully ask for the full 7 minutes. I wrote beforehand and asked for 10. They said that would be subject to your discretion. I waited. There was no asterisk on that item, so it wasn't part of the consent agenda vote. I want to make that clear.
Jeff, I'm sorry, there's an asterisk right next to 7.1. There's asterisks in parentheses.
We printed a copy from the website. It's not there.
Okay, well, I'm looking at it right here. So, anyways, hold on just a second. How many people wanted to speak on this? One. Well, you've already ran out of your time, Tracy. So, this gentleman back here. So, I'm sorry, we don't do that. So, just 1, 2 people. I'll give you 5 minutes, Jeff.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, my name is Jeff Howie. I'm bringing some very critical research before you today that I would ask you to take under strong consideration. In fact, I just sent this via email to every single one of you, including the city attorney and the city clerk. I don't know if it's possible for the city clerk to pull this up on your board. I'm struggling now because I have to show this to you and talk in the microphone. Okay, what am I holding? I'm holding the effect of 800 hours of research by Major Philip Buckler in the U.S. Army at Fort Bliss. He has prepared this to take to his superiors at Fort Bliss to make the case for both religious and medical exemption from mask wearing, and it behooves your immediate and focused attention. What I have here is a graph, if you can see this. You can pull it up. It's CDC verses in the documents I sent you. There's a pendulum here. The blue here is all of the CDC cited references for the efficacy or effectiveness of masks to guard against getting COVID. You'll notice it says weaker evidence, weaker, stronger, and stronger. Well, you'll notice that the CDC's data is in the weaker side. Even some of the CDC's own research they presented is over here in the compulsory masking discouragement column. And if you'll think of this pendulum as weighted, notice what's not over here. No random controlled trials, clinical trials. Comparatively on this side, there is huge amounts of random clinical trials on the efficacy of masks and their non-ability to guard against transmission. But you'll also notice this light color here that represents not only is it not effective, the mask is harmful to those who wear it. So the weight here is on the discouraging compulsory masking compared to the gross lack of evidence. This is all research. It's worth noting that the CDC cited 69 studies. All the others on here, it's over 159 studies. Okay? You won't find this on the news. The CDC won't publish this. They don't want you to know this. There's something called the Trusted News Initiative, that it's a concerted effort by all major news media, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn, all of them, to suppress this data. Go look it up, Trusted News Initiative. But don't search Google for it, because they'll block it. Okay? My colleague in just a minute is going to read you the harms that are discussed here. They're significant, and a lot of people don't know this. The email that I sent you has a statement I'd like to read in my remaining minute 38. It says, to the duly elected City Council of Las Cruces, as well as City Clerk, City Attorney, and Mayor, all of you are serving at the pleasure of the citizens of Las Cruces. A majority of we the people elected you to make decisions as our representatives. Those decisions do not include what we do with our bodies. Our bodies are our private property. You have absolutely no jurisdiction over our bodies, none whatsoever. You also have no right to ask us or require us to provide any of our medical records to you or anyone else about vaccination, sickness, or otherwise. We have a God-given right to privacy and to be secure in our persons and belongings, including our medical records. Shame on you, Governor, for even thinking you could require that. We have an inalienable right to our own persons, and you may not take it away. None of you can. Even if you pass this ordinance, you can't take that away. It's ours. It's yours. You want to take it away from yourself? Well, you can excuse yourself from your inalienable rights. But I won't. You have no right to require us to cover our airways. God gives me my breath, and you will not take it away. Thank you for your time.
Okay, who is next? As I mentioned, 3 minutes for this gentleman.
That's fine. Hey, I appreciate time. First time up here. Name, David McDaniel. And I have a little graph, same thing from...
You know what, excuse me, Mr. McDaniel, you were one of the 4 people who asked to speak, so I'll give you 5 minutes.
Okay, I may not use it.
Okay, I just need you to state your name and
David McDaniel. So this is from Philip Buckler. He is a military officer. We'd love to get him here. He had to work today. But he had put all this stuff together, and I'm just reiterating what Jeff had put out there.
Excuse me, sir, can you talk to the microphone a little bit?
Yeah, it's hard. I'm sitting here doing this, but trying to hold that. So he's put all of this together, and basically what we're coming down to are just different studies on topics that have happened: respiratory, cardiovascular burden, infection control hazards, psychological harms, headaches, skin damage, heightened fatigue, and there's a number of other things. There's a lot of things on here. I know you can't see it from here. I understand that. We'd love to get you a copy of it. But this last one here is the latest study of any kind on masks, and they took 30 kindergartners, and they did a mask study on it, and it showed how their breathing had gone down and down and down throughout this. So my deal with this whole thing, even with this going on, I have grandkids, and I've seen the shutdown. It did harm to them last year. It did harm to a lot of kids. And so it's not necessarily what you guys are doing, but if we go with this agenda, then there is a chance that somebody will say, well, the city did it. So now, different businesses will do it, or our school systems are going to take it when we have young, healthy kids that don't need to be masked. And that's where I'm afraid, how it goes, it spreads. And that's what bothers me. And that's why I'm here. Just to ask to take thought of that. It's not that I'm going to tell you I feel it's wrong, but at the same time, what can be the follow-through with what happens to the rest of the area in our great city? And that's what I want you to look at. I want you to take in consideration of that. That's all I'm asking. And that's it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. McDaniel. Who's next? Gentleman in black? Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Paul Rydecki. I'm pastor at Emmanuel Lutheran Church up on the East Mesa. I wasn't going to get the vaccine. I almost didn't get the vaccine. I knew COVID was obviously a risk. I also knew that vaccines can have risks associated with them, especially experimental vaccines that have not had the time to go through the kind of testing to know if there are long-term results and other latent side effects that may be unknown. The fact is I'm not afraid of COVID, and I'm not afraid of the vaccine or results that could come from it because, first of all, I know that sickness and disease and death are part of the human condition that result from mankind's sins against God. But I also know, by the way, could I have the 5 minutes instead of the 3? Because
I'm sorry, sir, 3 minutes.
Because you said before that you wanted us to wait until the resolutions came up for public comment?
Yeah, unless you put your name on one of these 4 people, which I don't recall seeing.
Well,
yeah, sir.
I did ask before we started the meeting if there was any place I needed to sign up to speak, and I was told I didn't need to do that.
You're using your time, sir. You might as well just keep talking.
This has turned into quite a farce. I don't really understand how this has happened, but I decided to get the vaccine because I trust in the Lord. One way or another, I had to make a choice. That's how I chose to love my neighbor, by weighing the different reasons whether to get it or not get it. And I chose, because I had the right to make that choice, okay, I'll get the vaccine. One of the reasons I did it was so that I could come here today and look at you face to face without being barred from our chambers that belong to the people of Las Cruces or escorted out by the security guards in order to remind you of some things that I think you've forgotten and an awful lot of us have forgotten. Things that we knew 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we all knew a few very basic things. Breathing is not violence. We also knew that no citizen has the right to expect that public places will be sterile, germ-free environments. And we also knew that our government had no power or authority over our faces or over our breathing. We knew that. We knew that the government could not control our faces or our breathing or our speech or communication. You have no right to do that. You've taken power to do it. You've taken command. You can command the security guards to escort us out if our faces aren't covered and you require them to be, but you don't have the right to do it. God gave us our faces. You didn't. The Lord does tell us to love our neighbor and think about our neighbor. So when I think about my neighbor, what I would like for my neighbor to do to me, because the Lord says, do to your neighbor what you would have them do to you.
Sorry, sir, your time is up.
No, it isn't.
So, yeah.
I'm
timed
looking at the clock, sir.
Well, they may have stopped it while you were talking, but your time's up.
They didn't.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir, your time's up.
You told us to wait for the resolution to come up to speak. At the very beginning, when Tracy was speaking...
It passed on the consent agenda. Nobody removed it. Nobody asked to have it removed. Sir,
you didn't give the public time to speak at that point.
That's what I'm doing now. And
But we had 7 minutes. I was only going to speak for 3.5.
I gave you 3 minutes, and you've spent probably a minute arguing with me, but okay. So anyways, sir, your time is up. We appreciate you coming forward.
Stop this abuse of power. Stop pretending you have authority over our faces.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Trust the citizens to make our own choices for our own bodies. Our own bodies. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, thank you. I think, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. My name is Nina, council people. I'm not really much of a public speaker. I think that was pretty disrespectful. That was really pathetic. But speaking about worrying about hiring people for our parks, for our pools, all of that, I worked for 5 years as a lifeguard. I can tell you one thing, that mandating all your workers to wear a mask, that's not going to help anybody, employ those jobs. Nobody's going to want to sit up on a hot stand in the sun, not being able to breathe. Nobody's going to want to be working for your city, not being able to breathe. So I just think it's a pretty stupid resolution.
Okay, was that it? Anybody else? Yes, sir. Is that Councilor Ekman? If that's former Councilor Ekman, you only have 2 minutes to talk. Just kidding.
My name is Jack Ekman, and I'll talk very fast.
Yeah, I know. You can remove your mask if you like.
To tell you the truth, Mr. Mayor, I think there are people in the room who are unvaccinated.
I need you to actually state your name, even though we addressed you. But
okay,
yeah.
Jack Ekman. There are people in the room who are not vaccinated and are not wearing masks. And I guess I was not led to believe that is the way this would be handled today. I hope in the future we will have that type of safety for the public as they come to make comments to City Council and to plead their cases. I'm a strong believer in science, and I believe we cannot make up our own facts. We have to go with the facts that are published, proven in true studies. I know your first duty is public safety. You are trying to carry out that duty, that very high moral responsibility you have for 120,000 lives in this community. Thank you so much for doing that. I know some people believe this is crushing their freedoms, but we are talking about a virus that cares nothing about a person's freedom, that cares nothing about it but its own virility, its own continued life. And it enters one body, and then it can be something else. We're dealing with variants now. And I see we have cases going up in all 50 states of this nation. And we have to be very careful for the very weakest among us. This is not about me. This is not about my family. This is about people in this community who need to be safe, who need to stay away from that virus. I myself, I will admit, I'm in the age where if I got the virus, even if I'm double vaccinated, even fully vaccinated, even if I wear a mask, I could get it because the vaccine is not 100% effective. It's 95, 94% effective. So it's very logical and statistical that people like me, especially in my vulnerable category, could get the virus. I would really appreciate it if you'd continue to try your best to keep me and other people safe as they go about their daily business, try to lead their families, try to have jobs, try to make an income, try to pay their taxes, and try to abide by all the laws that are reasonable and prudent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Okay, so that pretty much...
Mayor?
Yes, Councilor?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Ekman brought up a good point about informed consent. I was also notified that there are people in the room that are unvaccinated as well. And so I would just say if people are at risk, high risk, or have those that they love, that should please take the appropriate cautions as you see fit as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. You know, I just have to tell you a couple things. And I see the gentleman left with their information, and they're more than welcome to email that to us. I guess what I'm trying to get at is when this was first proposed, I thought long and hard about it. And earlier, I think I made a comment in the example to Tracy, and kind of reiterates what Councilor Ekman, former Councilor Ekman, said. You know, most of you here, almost probably all of you, except for employees, aren't required to be here. You come here because you want to. You want to see your local officials and what we do, which is good. I mean, we need that. I think that's the right of every person here and living in Las Cruces to keep an eye on their elected officials. But there's some that they don't want to be here, but they have to be here. They have to come before us and plead their case for whatever reason it is. And we need to make sure, as what Councilor was talking about, that this area here, and no place is guaranteed 100%, but we have to do our best to make sure. And so, as I was mentioning, this gentleman that I can still recall, of course there was no pandemic at the time, but was on oxygen and made their way to the meeting. And immediately left after. Like I said, they didn't want to be here, but they had to be here. You choose to be here. You don't have to be here. You could watch it on TV, you can watch it on live stream. But what I wanted to say was this. I'll never forget I believe it was Dateline, Diane Sawyer was having and they showed where people, when they sneeze, and these droplets, and I just remember it was green, all right? I mean, you could see the splatter. And then they showed what happens when they put one mask on. And there were still droplets that escaped. Not as many, greatly reduced. And then they put two, and almost none. Nothing's 100%. But I have to tell you something, that changed me. And I realized that although, and I'm not saying they're 100%, but let me tell you something, from that was so realistic, and it convinced me that although maybe not 100% masks work, but 99.9%, especially if you wear two of them. And so that's the best we can do. So anyways, with that, you still have a couple more people wish to speak? Sure. Just state your name, 3 minutes, please.
My name is Maria Anketel, and I am reading a message from Sarah Smith. She wrote a letter to, I believe, Christine. I was dismayed to see the mayor's new resolution, which states that people will be required to show proof of vaccination to be masked in order to attend the city council meetings. If the vaccines are effective, then there is no reason for vaccinated people to be concerned whether or not others are vaccinated or masked. There are many people who cannot receive the vaccine due to health conditions such as autoimmune disease, pregnancy, allergies to vaccine components, etc. Furthermore, there are thousands of New Mexicans who already have robust natural immunity due to previous COVID infection, and many others who choose to use other proven strategies against this illness besides vaccine. To require all of these people to wear masks is discriminatory. Masks make it hard for people to communicate effectively, and many people suffer ill effects when wearing masks. For instance, I get dizzy and faint when wearing masks, especially if I become heated. My husband, who has been advised by his doctor not to receive the COVID-19 injection because of his autoimmune disease, suffers headaches if he wears a mask. It is not your job to interfere in the personal medication decisions of the citizens of Las Cruces. This policy would prevent open access to the city council meetings for people with health conditions. This is absolutely wrong. Furthermore, the city's mask mandate needs to end now. NM children are hurting because of this policy, which is requiring kids to be masked while playing outdoor sports in the heat at city facilities. I have attached a cease and desist letter that outlines the harms being done to NM kids by these policies, including blackouts, nosebleeds, headaches, dizziness, vomiting, and learning difficulties. It includes information about a recent German study of over 25,000 school children, which found that 68% of them suffer negative health impacts from wearing masks. The attached cease and desist letter also informs you and others enforcing child mask mandates that you can be held personally liable for any harm or injuries that occur as a result of your mask mandates. I urge you to take a more balanced approach in trusting the citizens of Las Cruces to make their own healthcare choices free from discrimination or coercion. Sincerely, Sarah Smith, natural healthcare practitioner and former NASA aerospace engineer.
Thank you. Last speaker, Mr. Aragon. Need you to state your name again, please.
My name is Rudy Ray Aragon, Sr. I had 4 minutes left on my clock from 6 minutes earlier.
You've got 3 because you spent about a minute talking.
I really did, and it stopped at 4.
Sorry, you got 3 minutes, Rudy.
No worries, sir.
Okay.
But for 20 years, you've been telling all these people in our community a bunch of this dictatorship, sir. You don't take nobody's input really to heart. You've already made up your mind before people even got a chance to speak. Right now, you're just carrying us along just so we could talk about it, when you sat there earlier and you told my fellow constituents, my fellow citizens, that they would have a time to speak during their time. You snuck it in with that. I mean, I know what paper she's talking to because I'm the one that grabbed the paper from the front and I handed it to them because they were waiting for their time to talk about their 3-4 minutes, whatever you were going to give them, which I'm not sure why it always changes. It should be a set time. Your timer is not this time. You're over here contradicting this 2 minutes and 7 seconds, whatever your time is. What do we have this timer for? I'm just saying, sir, like, if the masks work, then the people that need to wear the mask could wear the mask. If they have safety issues where they couldn't be here, then instead of the whole community suffering, the people and the small majority of the people, you think they could do a Zoom or something or some other ways to communicate. And when we were on Zooms, there was no communications back and forth between the community. Public input is to help tell our councilor members and our mayor what our input is. so we could say how we feel, whether, I'm all for fireworks, but I can understand the lady's, her position about fireworks and animals. I also do rescuing. I love animals to death, but I also understand, everybody's different. But you're insecure, you're just being very one-sided here, sir. Nothing's going to change after we have this thing. There's not going to be another revote. There's not going to be anything. You may have amended the rule, but all it was just a pacifying move just to sit there and let people talk. But where's our procedures? Why don't we? 16 months, the city had no public input really. Because one person reads a dead statement, blah, 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 blah. It's not the same as an individual coming up here and saying, this is how I feel from my heart. I pay my taxes, I do my services, I do everything I can do. But they don't get that chance when it's just a dead statement talking. But I just can't believe the way he treated my fellow citizens when they were up here talking, especially when he was talking and this timer still said a certain thing and your timer may say something else. We have a city manager. The city manager's job, we also had a thing on that thing that I wanted to talk to about that city manager thing about the resolutions that was going to give more power in adjusting things and, I believe it was like 7 something, I'm not really sure, but it was about solid waste. And I was wanting to address that. But just like my fellow constituents, we didn't have time. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too. Okay, so that pretty much concludes that, and again, we, hopefully if you come back to City Council, you realize how the consent agenda works, and if there's something that your council member you want to discuss it with, then perhaps you reach out to them. Okay, so we're going to go back to item 8.3, which is Resolution 22-008. Need a motion and a second.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, seconded by Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey.
That was Councilor Sorg.
Are you serious?
He's imitating my voice.
Yeah, I'm imitating his voice.
Councilor Sorg, okay, and I thought I saw your lips move. And Councilor Abeyta-Stuvey. Cheryl De La Cruz.
Select whichever one. Okay. Double click on it and then run it as a slideshow. Got it. Thank you.
Okay, well, welcome. I guess this
Hello.
is your first meeting.
Yes, it sure is,
How do
Mayor.
you like it so far? Pretty interesting, huh?
Very interesting. And it's pronounced Cheryl. Cheryl De La Cruz. Greetings, Council, Mayor. The resolution presented is to accept 6 federal and/or state operating grants and 1 state capital outlay grant. The City of Las Cruces has received the first of 2 tranches of $12,379,913 from the U.S. Department of Treasury as a part of the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds. When Mayor and Council determine how funds shall be allotted, a resolution will indicate how to disperse funds and be brought forth. Quality of Life has received the National Endowment for Arts NEA Big Read 2021-22 grant for $17,000. There is a match of $17,000, which is provided by the museum system, the Thomas Brannigan Library, a donation from the Museum Foundation, and through in-kind support. This funding is to provide programming and community events centered around the National NEA Big Read campaign. The Police Department has received the Federal Fiscal Year 19 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant for $15,000. This grant does not require a match and is federal pass-through from the New Mexico Department of Public Safety to support local law enforcement programs. These funds will be used to purchase auto-transcription software to streamline administrative processes in the department by reducing the time spent generating and transcribing reports. This slideshow should say Public Works on that second one. It was updated. I'm not sure what happened. Yes, so the second one that says police is actually Public Works. So Public Works has been awarded the $720,000 2020 East Mesa Roads Grant, which was appropriated in the 2020 state legislative session for capital outlay to be administered by the New Mexico Department of Transportation. Funding will be used to acquire rights-of-way and to plan, design, and construct roads, including curb and gutter, utilities, and flood control, all on the east side of Las Cruces. The reversion date on this funding is 6/30/2024. Fire has received FEMA FY 2020 Assistance to Firefighters Grant of $393,187 from Homeland Security, Federal Emergency Management Agency. This grant does not require it actually does require a match of $39,319, which will be transferred out of the Hold Harmless Fund into the general fund. Funding will support the training of 12 firefighters currently certified as Advanced Emergency Medical Technician, EMTs, to become certified paramedics with the ability to perform advanced life support services. Parks and Recreation has been awarded Fiscal Year 22 Children's, Youth, and Family Services Department Juvenile Citation Program for $308,779. This grant does require a match of $123,512. Funding will be used by Parks and Rec's Juvenile Citation Program to provide services to the youth referred by the Juvenile Probation Office for diversion classes and services. Visit Las Cruces, which is now within the City Manager's Office, has been awarded the FY 22 New Mexico Tourism Department Cooperative Advertising Program Grant for $181,452. A match of $90,726,000 is required. These funds are provided for advertising to increase tourism to New Mexico and local areas. And with that, here are your council options. I will stand for question, and I have Madeline Shea from Grants Administration, as well as representatives from each department available to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Thanks, Sherelle.
Thank you.
Good job. Questions? Okay. You asked for it, so Councilor Flores.
Gee, thanks. Thank you, Sherelle. Actually, my question is about Fund 4100, page 3, the one that had the misnomer on there.
Yes.
Has police and should be public.
Yes.
I was going to say, gee, they were able to get that money and I wasn't? Gee, where are my friends? So I'm glad that you corrected that. For the explanation.
Yes.
But, so maybe Mr. Cedillo is the one, or Mr. Trevino.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you know what my question's going to be, right? The same old, when? Where? Any plans yet? Any design? Same old questions, Tony. When is that going to come to fruition? And where exactly on the East Mesa? It could be Gills District, I'm assuming it's mine.
Yes, so Mayor, City Council. For the record, my name's Tony Trevino, the Deputy Director of Public Works. And before you guys kind of fight for that money,
It's not even there.
we have it split up, both on the north side of Highway 70 and the south side. We had that drainage study performed for us for both sides, Hacienda Acres and the area north of, I think, Central and between Peachtree and Central, I believe. So now that we got funding, we have some funding allocated from the previous year. And with this one, now we can proceed to go with some major construction. I believe on your side in Hacienda Acres, the major conveyance drainage channel is going to be Cortez. We're going to be constructing some curb and gutter and some drainage along Cortez. So that's going to be the major drainage conveyance. And once we get that, we'll be able to branch off and do other roadways to help with the drainage there. And I think on the north side, we're going to look for a drainage pond area to start to kind of see how we can start to mitigate and retain this runoff from that area and then work from there.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino. So that $720,000, what is it buying? What does my district get? What do my people get? I mean, what is it buying? Is it just buying the plan, the design? Because I've learned all that. It's like sometimes it's just in the concept stages, and that takes up a lot of money in terms of figuring out exactly where you want to go. And why did you decide on those particular areas? Oh, well, because of the drainage area in Cortez.
Yes, Mayor, Councilor Flores, you're exactly right. That is why we went and had that drainage study done, so we can begin to mitigate these issues in a proper fashion, so we can take care of the drainage from the downstream side and work our way up. As for what are you going to get, now that we have a plan, now we have funding, now we can coordinate with utilities, and I believe most of the utilities that are up there are fairly decent for water and sewer, but we will get with utilities and see what has to be replaced. And at that point, we can kind of see, okay, now we can do curb and gutter, sidewalks, new asphalt, how much, and the amount of storm drain within that roadway. So now that we have the funding, now we can go at it full steam with our design team to see what we can do.
But Mr. Trevino, what exactly, how far will those 700, how much will that $720,000 buy? What step does it take us to? Because I know there's many steps. Right. And then what is, how do we get the rest of them? I think we're going to have to need more money. And how do we get that money? Yada, yada. Same old questions.
Right. Mayor, Councilor Flores, I believe that is when Ms. Amy Bashford comes in and gets us the rest of the money on grants. We've been receiving every year so far from capital outlay. But the Public Works design team is really good at this, kind of seeing, okay, how much budget do we have? How can we make this money go the furthest? What can we do to improve and get the biggest bang for our buck with this a lot of money to mitigate some of these issues there? So that is, we'll kind of rely on the design team and their experience to see how we'll accommodate this.
So we really don't know at this point, we can't project at this point how far that $720,000 will go.
At this time, I cannot tell you the limits determined of the project, but we'll start on the east end and work our way west.
So you'll start out near Dunn?
Yes, ma'am.
And then work towards Porter?
Yes, ma'am.
How?
Or the east end.
I beg your pardon?
I apologize for that. We'll start on the west end on Porter and work our way up. I apologize.
Oh, okay. So when do you anticipate starting with whatever it is you have to start with? I mean, you've done something already, and then the next step is exactly what?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, our next step will be to get a consultant on board, and we'll probably do that this fall with our other projects. That's lined up in our CIP. We'll have a consultant on board this fall.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Trevino. Thank you, Mr. Cedillo, and thank you, Ms. I'm sorry.
Sherelle de la Cruz.
The first name is Sherelle, de la Cruz. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilor Sorg, who sounds like Councilor Vasquez.
Okay. It's okay, too. And I just wanted to add some information, and thank you for bringing it up, Councilor Flores, that this is money for roads in the East Mesa that will be for roads in the East Mesa that are dirt. There's no city streets there at all, and it's been part of the city since the mid-'80s. So it's high time we do get this work done. So I'm so glad this is coming to the City Council, and thank you, Mr. Trevino and Sherelle de la Cruz. Sherelle brought this to our attention today. These are dirt roads. These are not paved streets like almost everybody else in the city has. And so it's time we get these roads brought to city standards with a curb gutter and pavements. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to make that point.
Okay. Any other questions about members of the public? Seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-008. Councilor Beda-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Soar?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta is absent. Mayor?
Yes. Okay, item 8.4, Resolution 22-009.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Bencomo. And Amy Johnson Bassford will be discussing.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilors. Amy Johnson Bassford, Grants Administrator. Nice to see you all in person. I've talked to you quite a bit, but it's nice to see everybody back in person. Today we are going to go over the Municipal Arterial Program Grant that we have received from New Mexico DOT. If you'll remember, a couple months ago, I came to you in order for us to do the application for this program. Each year, NMDOT requires your approval at each step in the process. And so you give approval for us to apply for this funding. Now you're going to give approval for us to accept this award so that we can execute the agreement, and city manager executes the agreement. And then once it's all executed, we will come back to you for acceptance into the budget. So it is quite a lengthy process that NMDOT requires of us. Pretty soon you'll get used to these. They'll be old hat for you. The Municipal Arterial Program funding is for large municipal or arterial streets throughout the city. We've done a multitude of different projects in the past. This particular award is going to allow us to install a high-intensity activated crosswalk, or HOC system. We are planning to install that at Picacho Avenue, which is also Highway 70, and 4th Street. This is a mid-block crossing for an elementary school. Also quite a bit of pedestrian crossing in this area. This resolution makes it a priority for the city to complete this project, and it also commits to funding anything that is over the award / match amount if that is required. So if we run into problems, the city knows it will have to pay for that. The project information for this particular project is we were awarded $190,000 in federal funding through NMDOT. It requires a 25% cash match of $63,333, which is provided by Public Works and has been added into their FY22 budget that was approved in May. The total project at this time is $253,333. And there are your council options, and I stand for questions and have Tony Trevino here to assist as well.
Thanks, Amy. Councilor Bencomo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Amy. And yes, my question will be for Mr. Trevino. I just want to say how excited I am about this project. It's the little things that go a really long way, I think. And I spoke already with Mr. Cedillo about the process of this, but I think it's important that it be stated in a public meeting. Can you talk a little bit more about what happens next between now and when it's actually on the street?
Yes, Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, for the record, Tony Trevino, the Deputy Director of Public Works. Yes, so I believe the next step is for us to accept
To receive the agreement.
to receive this agreement, which we're doing today. And then in approximately 2 months, I'm going to say, we'll come back to council to accept this funding into the budget. And once that is done, we can then commence with the design of this crossing. There'll be some coordination with NMDOT, since Picacho is Highway 70. It is NMDOT right away, and with the public schools. That is the only school crossing for MacArthur Elementary. That's why this is going to be a great spot to go with, as well as coordination with the GeoBond project. That is going to be our alternate route for the interim for the Army Hill Lateral. So there'll be some coordination efforts, but I believe a design will start, like I told Councilor Flores, probably this one mid-fall, just due to the time constraints we have for this. We do have to have design done and moving forward with construction within a certain time frame. So we will tend to those deadlines by NMDOT and get this going.
Great. Thank you so much, Tony. I appreciate that.
Yes.
And Ms. Bassford as well. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, anyone else? Members of the public? Yes.
George Pearson. I just want to thank you for this grant that you're accepting. I know this is the second try for a hawk signal at this intersection, and the first one was unsuccessful. So it's an important intersection for the bike safety, safe routes to school, and I hope we look forward to other opportunities. I know currently there's open calls for TAP, the RTP, and the CMAQ funding requests. You could look at alternative transportation projects that could fit into those. The city did not apply for another project that had several $1 million from the state, the local program project, I think it was called. So unfortunately, the city missed that one. So, but I'm glad that you're looking at this one, and we'll continue to look at similar projects in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-009. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gandara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, 8.5, Resolution 22-010.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Beta-Stuvey. Celicia Villegas.
You got it. Wow. Oops, that's not it. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Celicia Villegas with Economic Development, and it's very nice to see all of you in person. Today I bring for consideration an update to the West Mesa Industrial Park Master Plan, which has been now renamed to Las Cruces Innovation and Industrial Park. As you may recall, we were here we were on Zoom, via Zoom, in March, where you were able to view a draft of this master plan. So you've already seen it. Now we're here in final form for this resolution and an implementation update. So I will now hand it over to our consultant, Mr. Will Gleason, with Decker Parish and Sabatini.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilors. Good to see you all.
Mr. Gleason, I need you to state your name,
Yes.
even though you were introduced.
Hello. Will Gleason, Decker Parish Sabatini, 7601 Jefferson Northeast, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87109. So before I get into the particulars of this, and is there a remote here? Or are we clicking? Here we go. Here we go. Let's see if we can go down here. Here we go. So before I get into the project scope, I just want to sort of step back and talk a little bit about why we started doing this in the first place. And this is a great opportunity for the city of Las Cruces for economic development, and I think you all know that. And you have great timing on this. I also wear another hat as the chair of the Urban Land Institute here in New Mexico. And nationally and statewide, the trend for the demand for industrial and warehouse space is like it has not been in decades. You have this confluence of the demand for additional space due to onshoring, due to the demand for data centers, the demand for logistics, and also the spaceport, that you're at a great location on the border that really can take advantage of some national and regional trends and create more jobs here in Las Cruces. So we were hired some time ago, really at the beginning, prior to the pandemic, to conduct a market and real estate analysis, update the land use framework, identify development strategies, and really build upon the park's strengths while seeking diversification. So our strategic goals were to make the park better able to compete. You have fierce competition for space. You are competing against other industrial parks in the area, in the county, as well as those in El Paso, and also other places in Arizona and California. So the idea of making this a more active strategy for the city and updating the image, the visibility, integrating it with the airport, and as well as promoting a new kind of vision for the park, all played into our master plan framework. We did quite a bit of public outreach. A couple of you up on the dais here were part of that process, and thank you for your input. And we really tried to get a broad perspective on what it is that the park does well and what it is that the park can improve upon. And despite the limitations of the pandemic, we did manage to have a virtual public meeting open house in March, where we got some good feedback from some of the existing business owners in the park. And part of our study was done by Economic and Planning Systems, a market and real estate analysis. So basically you have about 100,000 square feet of demand for this type of space a year in this area, as far as what Las Cruces captures, which is about 40% of the overall demand. So you have plenty of land there to accommodate demand for the years ahead. And then we really focus on the three sectors that we think have the most potential: aviation, aerospace, and defense, value-added agriculture, and advanced manufacturing. So with that analysis, we also looked at that while focusing on those sectors to really also just leave it open to any opportunities that come along that fit into the park's mission. And then had some follow-on recommendations that were part of our implementation measures that Celicia will talk about more following me, but really that you now have a full-time property and sales manager. I think that this idea of streamlining the sales process is really critical to making you competitive with other industrial parks and not have it where the land transaction gets dragged out for months and months and months because of state and city regulations. And then we also recommended getting a dedicated park website, a branding strategy of which is already underway. So this is what the master plan looks like. This is one of the primary exhibits showing those different areas that we're recommending are the focus of the park: the value-add agriculture in the green, the manufacturing in purple, and then the aviation-related activities north of I-10 near the airport. And the idea of really partnering with the airport was something that we really focused on from day one. We've met with Andy Hume. Andy was really instrumental in helping us set the direction for this plan and trying to figure out what it is that works at the airport and how that can get integrated into business opportunities going forward. And then we created this more illustrative framework that can be used for marketing. This is actually kind of a 3D model of which we're happy to share with you. And it can help to really test to see what parcels might be the best fit for a particular potential tenant. And then we have a strategic investment matrix going forward. So we have short-term recommendations, mid-term, and longer-term recommendations. And I know this is just to show you that framework, and then the longer term as well in terms of road build-outs and some possible spec buildings. And then, so you don't have to kill your eyes on that, this is more sort of the highlight of these implementation priorities. Some infrastructure recommendations, management, streamlining that sales process, branding, marketing, and some transit and pedestrian improvements. And then longer term, additional extensions of roadways and utilities, some landscaping, site amenities. And one idea is that we heard and that we know is an expensive proposition, but the idea of creating a spec building so that you can have a readily available space for startup companies that are looking to locate in the park. So here we are, June 19th, and then we are going to get a first read on the regulatory framework part of this plan, and then we will come back to you, or one of my colleagues will come back to you, because I will be in Wisconsin in August, but for the regulatory piece of this framework. And with that, I will turn it back over to Celicia.
Thanks, Will.
Thank you, Will. So here is some of the progress that we've made so far in some of the recommendations of implementation that Will just went over. Today we have the master plan update and the first read for the overlay zone, with adoption scheduled for August 16th. The appointment of the project manager, which is myself, and the budget is still pending for a pending item. Adoption of the new name and logo was completed in February. A new city page dedicated to the industrial park was completed, and that has all city-owned available parcels identified. And we just received recently a mass appraisal on all city-owned property available for sale or lease. In an effort to ensure that the sites are in fact ready for development, as Will said, infrastructure is one of the short-term priorities out there. We have begun a process to certify the city-owned sites. This program is well known to site selectors and companies that are looking to develop very quickly. It basically lets them know that the site has gone through this rigorous process of gathering vital information and identifying any potential major delays up front. So the evaluation application has already been submitted, and the site consultant is actually going to tour our site tomorrow, as a matter of fact, for the physical evaluation. She will be providing feedback, and if all goes accordingly, we will move towards the certification phase and proceed with due diligence requirements. These are such things such as environmentals, title work, and survey. So this is a lot of upfront work. It has some cost to it, although it does reduce the risk for companies wanting to build new, and it brings us closer to that true ready-to-go site. Also recommended to reduce time to market are approved concept plans, in which we've received quotes on, and we would be working with community development on an approval process for those plans. Broadband. Broadband is a major necessity at our industrial park, especially that we are now marketing it as innovative. There is currently broadband available. However, there is a need for improvement and redundancy out there. With all the technological jobs that are coming, and I say are coming. We are in discussions with the County Broadband Committee, City IT Department, and Broadband Steering Committee, and several third parties, providers that are interested in expanding to the Las Cruces area to collaborate on opinions and solutions for broadband. Recommended in the plan is also to adopt some capital improvement projects and identify funding.
Staff is working on a priority list and focusing them on parcels that are closest to being development ready. So a marketing plan has been completed and it's pending implementation. And this is going to include items such as a media plan and targeted campaigns. The landscape design is also in process to be completed end of August with implementation and signage to follow. Staff is also working on tying the business development, community development, and land sale processes to achieve a smoother, more efficient experience for companies ready to develop. In conjunction with this, we are also working on a fast-track process for companies with special criteria, such as bringing in significant amounts of jobs to our community. Although, as Will mentioned, we do have, processes where we have to go through ordinance for any land sale at $25,000 or more. There's probably nothing out there at the industrial park that's under $25,000 for a total sale. So we have that lag where we're competing against private sectors and having to go through these procedures. So we're going to do anything in our part in the meantime to improve our processes internal to reduce that time to market. So some of the longer-term goals are funding mechanisms such as a TID. The primary purpose of a TID is to provide financing for public infrastructure to support economic development and job creation. A TID plan would also assist in setting priorities for infrastructure projects and help facilitate public-private partnerships. We will continue to evaluate road, rail access, and utility extensions. Evaluate and implement an incentive program to encourage environmental and energy efficiencies. Building the plaza, park, and trails as amenities for the local workforce, which is a recommendation in the master plan. Evaluate the feasibility and constructive spec building, as Will said, for businesses with the immediate need for space that don't have time to build. Improving and implementing transit connections and other pedestrian facilities. And finally, continuing the effort on business creation, expansion, attraction, and workforce efforts of those targeted industries. With that, I would like to take time to inform Council that this project has truly been a great team effort. I'd like to thank EFO for his support, our consultant, Will, and his team, Griselda Martinez and the whole economic development team, Bill Ham on real estate, Catherine Harrison-Rogers on planning, Andy Hume, all the stakeholders for their input, Mandy Gus for marketing, and on the certification, site assistance, the utilities, public works, community development, El Paso Electric, CenturyLink, and NMDA DOT. I just want to express my gratitude for all their cooperation and hard work. And with that, here's your council options, and I'll stand for questions.
Thanks, Celicia. Councilor Flores and Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Celicia, Ms. Villegas, thank you so much. As far as broadband goes, how viable is that, and how much in the near future does?
So, thank you for Councilor Flores, Mayor. So there is existing, like I said, broadband there, and it's available for the the businesses that need it, and the holdup is we have one company out there, the satellite company, that's what he does for a living, and if if his internet goes down, his broadband goes down, he's out of business. So his worry is redundancy, and that we don't have. Now, he's hesitated to expand his business because of that fact. So we're losing potential business there. The major hurdle we have right now is private company, other third-party providers wanting to come in, is the franchise agreement, franchise fee. And that's something that we would need to discuss with legal. It seems as though there is not really, there's agreements in place now, such as Comcast, cable, electric, nothing really for broadband. And what I've learned recently is that there's two different types of service. So there's like a point-to-point, which we've had, and the franchise agreement that we've used is, it works. You know, it kind of works for that because they're going from one point to one point. These providers coming in, they would be going from point to home and covering the whole Las Cruces area, hopefully. And so that franchising agreement just doesn't work for that size of service. So I believe if we could have a discussion looking at some kind of pricing structure to try to remediate that, or just look at options, that maybe we would have those providers coming in and interested.
Yeah, so at this point, we're not there yet?
No.
Okay, and how soon do you think we will be?
So we are on the next agenda for the steering committee to present, one of these providers present some ideas, and I think that's our next step, is to bring it forward to those experts.
I think that broadband is going to be a determining factor for a lot of businesses. So I think that it's something that we should really go after.
I agree.
Thank you. And then my other question or comment is the TID. You said that it would be public, which is, in my humble opinion, a very good thing. Private TIDs, they should be outlawed, in my humble opinion. But the public TID would work, and then the public-private partnerships, just as we have downtown,
right,
which has been very successful. So,
yes, just to expand on that, as you know, the city's own, there's a little over 1,400 acres at the industrial park, and the city has about 900 acres available for sale or lease. So we are a major landowner, and so just looking at the big projects that you saw, our goals and infrastructure, it's gonna be some dollars. So we need a funding mechanism, and a TID would be great to implement there. Especially, we're gonna be dealing with a lot of public-private partnerships, and just to delineate the responsibilities for each in a TID plan and make sure everybody's accountable is the structure that needs to happen.
great. Thank you so much, Ms. Villegas. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Celicia. Just a few questions here. One is around the branding and marketing plan. I know that the logo and the design work has all been completed. You mentioned a website. Is that an independent website, or is that a section on the City of Las Cruces' website?
So, thank you, Mayor, Councilor Vasquez. Thank you for the question. We do currently have the city website with the web page. However, the marketing plan and recommendations through the master plan as well have recommended a separate site, and that will be included in the marketing strategy for recommendation.
Thank you. I think it's well worth it to employ that strategy because of the potential jobs that this project represents and the economic development opportunities. I think having an interactive feature that where you could actually look at the parcels and see square footage and see, all kinds of other detailed information that a site selector might be looking at would be really key. I know we just discussed almost $300,000 for Visit Las Cruces' new set of website and social media tools, and I think this project needs to be just as good, if not better, than that, because of the economic opportunity it represents for the city and its return on investment. Not saying it has to be at that cost, that's a lot of money, but something that is reflective of the brand and marketing effort that you all put together and that can look attractive to potential businesses, I think is really necessary. So I'm glad that that's in the works. Thank you. The other question is around the value-added agriculture. That's one of your 3 areas of potential growth or potential business attraction. Is there a particular industry that you all have looked at and discussed when it comes to value-added agriculture?
Thank you, Councilor Vasquez. Particularly, no. We have, as you know, our area is brings that value-added agriculture. We've had some leads recently in that industry. Elizabeth has been, I don't know if she's there, but she can probably expand a little more on that. Another thing to consider, I mean, we have in the regulatory framework that you will be seeing, we've added the cannabis as a use, so that will be a change in the upcoming update. But yeah, I would defer to Elizabeth if there's any other value-added ag that we've been looking at.
Thank you, Celicia. I think Elizabeth's right behind you there.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name's Elizabeth Teeters, and I am the recruitment manager for the city. I can tell you right now, even though I can't tell you exactly what the types of businesses are, Mayor, Councilor Vasquez, we do have 2 leads right now that are value add. One of them is very promising, looking at 47 jobs and $9.5 million in capital investment. And we're hoping if we can get at least one of these in, we can get the ball rolling with the value ag industry.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That's that's been a great source of interest from different industries for a long time. I know on Picacho there, we have, and on Motel, have had some of those food processing operations and plants, but particularly I think, on the cannabis manufacturing and value-added products side of things, I think thinking in line of, especially as we move forward to discuss zoning around the production of a lot of product of cannabis, and having consideration for keeping any potential nuisance smells or other things like that away from the city in these larger operations. That the West Mesa Industrial Park seems like a great place for that type of activity. And so the question would just be, or maybe a request, but kind of aggressively marketing, right, the industrial park as that industry right now is really is booming. I know I've talked with several of the commercial developers here as part of other committee meetings, and they indicated strong support from all kinds of investors that are looking for warehouse space, essentially, in different parts of the city. So just, again, not to miss the opportunity there would be great for that. The other question is around, and thank you, Elizabeth. The other question here is around the solar. So solar facility development, large scale, especially now with community solar, attracting a new type of investor into that field. Do we picture any of the parcels that we have available being used or being leased out for something like a commercial solar operation?
Thank you, Councilor Vasquez. So we do have, we will be having discussions with our sustainability. We've already talked with our water conservationists as well. There is a recommendation to have a greener industrial park, and that's one of our next priorities, to start seeing what that looks like, and availability. There's also been discussion of, honestly, it seems like there's a lot of acreage out there, but with some of the things Mr. Andy Hume has in store, we might need to expand. So there's also talks about expanding the boundary of the industrial park to include maybe some of that solar that does take up some space.
Thank you, Celicia. And I think the investment there is twofold. One from private entities who want to use that to, get third-party power purchase agreements and provide that to whoever their customers may be. The other is for the city of Las Cruces itself to invest in powering, any number of those businesses potentially with solar power through like a community solar development where we could offer discounted rates via a special program for tenants. That to me is the innovative piece of it, right? In terms of if you come to this park, you can be a good corporate citizen and know that you are getting your power from a clean source of energy, that those businesses can then market right back to their customers and say, we're all green, we're at the Las Cruces Industrial Park, and here's how we do it. I think there's a lot of companies that are thinking about that as of course we all develop new ways to develop clean energy. So thank you for that. The last two things here is I like the idea of the campus feel, of creating more of a campus feel. I think you mentioned landscaping, but also footpaths and other types of landscaping improvements or streetscaping improvements that maybe add a little bit more connectivity so that it's not businesses or buildings that are very far apart from each other. And then lastly, yes, the spec building piece, I think that's a risk worth taking when the time comes in terms of building out those spec opportunities at different sizes. So thank you for that. And I would say, if we need money to build these things, that you please bring them to the attention of our city manager and the council so that we can decide if we want to invest in them before somebody says no. So thank you so much, Celicia, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Bencomo?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Celicia. And thanks to definitely everyone who's been incredibly thoughtful and dedicated to this plan. I think this vision is really coming forth, and I'm excited about what this means for the city. I just had some quick questions around the development opportunities piece with the city-owned parcels that don't have access to all the utilities, to include roads. Is the only way to develop that at this point, you're suggesting potentially something like a TID?
Mayor, Councilor Bencomo, thank you for the question. There are other forms, a CIP, it has, it's for infrastructure. There's a public improvement district that kind of puts it in where the owner would have to eventually pay for that. So there are other ways to get that done. I just feel the TID provides more opportunity in the economic development area. So that would kind of be more of an encompass a lot of the goals that we have for the industrial park.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but out of all the parcels listed in this table, on table 5, I see that 3 parcels have all utilities, including a road. Is that correct?
There would be more than that. The better way to look at it is that in the northeast section, north of I-10 is where we're lacking the most, which is some sewer extension. So that would probably be the main focus to get additional infrastructure in. That would be one of the priority areas.
Yeah, I mean, that to me seems pretty critical as we move forward. So I guess I'm wondering when we get to really actually discuss the full potential of a TID. If we know that that's probably the best mechanism, when do we get to discuss that?
So after the certified site selector comes and provides feedback, I think it'll enlighten us as to where we are, where our gaps are in terms of, local, regional, and national level. And once we determine, okay, you all need to really, this is where you need to focus on, and set that priority list, then we can start looking at funding and put something in place.
Okay, okay. Well, I hope that's soon, because this is just such a big opportunity for the city, particularly with the cannabis industry, the green industry. And so if the sooner we can get to that, making that decision, I think the better. I'm not trying to be impatient, but I just feel like we know the answers, so let's just get to the yeses. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Mayor Pro Tem and Councilor Sword.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Celicia, for your presentation, and everybody. It's apparent that you've all worked so well together, and it's much appreciated. Yeah, a lot of my questions have been asked, so to speak, but I want to really emphasize the importance of broadband. I think that is, it's sort of the chicken and the egg, like what goes first, or, you know, and so I've noticed that specifically, and I've sort of been, why isn't broadband specific to our ARPA funding, right? And, you know, you're getting, well, these groups are meeting and we're still assessing, but I think we know very specifically that broadband is needed and necessary, and it needs to be an improvement specifically there in that area, right? And so I'm really looking forward to hearing from you very specifically what those issues are, and I'd like to see them, Mr. Peely, on that ARPA list, because broadband is very specific in that funding, and I'm sort of waiting to hear from you all as staff, but it hasn't been an identified priority, and I think it needs to be specific in that area, but also across the city. And I know there's a survey that's getting ready to be put out. I was in a meeting on Friday with the county and city coordinated effort, but it just seems like a no-brainer, right? We need it out there. And when you talk about these entities that if your broadband goes down, his whole business goes down with it, it just seems like that needs to be a priority moving forward. So enough said about that. I wanted to talk a little more about the road rail extension and what that conversation is going to look like. I want you to know that there's specific senators very interested in that extension, has had some conversations with the governor and other senators related to that. And so I'm encouraging for that conversation to happen sooner than later. I believe that the state will be flush with some money related to capital outlay, and it's something that I think we need to prioritize as that. It's just something that's necessary, right, to get to and from to the south. And, you know, Santa Teresa is having that road and that infrastructure there. So interesting enough, there's people from the state level that are having those conversations, and I'm not sure that you all are aware of that, but wanted to say that publicly. And so talk to me about timeframes. I didn't see any timeframes really. I think that's important for each of these, like the railroad conversation, the broadband. I mean, it'd be nice to have some timeframes in terms of, you know, when we can expect those coming back to council. Can you enlighten me a little bit, Susie?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Councilor Gandara, and thank you for that question. And as a matter of fact, I've had a few discussions on the rail. I've spoken to the Regional Economic Development Manager for BNSF and also Union Pacific. They and also a third rail contractor that is very familiar with our area. He gave me the bulk of the information. He let me know that, so in order to connect BNSF to Industrial Park, would have to cross the river and the escarpment, which doesn't seem too feasible, although it's shorter distance, right? So then the preferred route would go through Union Pacific and connect to Santa Teresa, which is a lot longer, but it's cheaper. Cheaper meaning he gave a rough estimate of about 30 to 40 million just to lay rail. So, and they're looking at about 5 to 6 million upfront cost to Union Pacific. And so his opinion says, of course, anything's doable. He would go that route. We just need the money, right? And the demand. And talking to Union Pacific, if there's a big enough company, they would potentially work with us on the upfront costs, depending on what what they get out of it. So there has been those discussions. I apologize for not having a time frame. I'm kind of waiting for this site selector report to know exactly what is next. So I can definitely give you a timeline when I get her feedback, which should be within 3 weeks. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So Lucia, what about the road? A road, I think that's more, that might be a little more, right, a little more feasible, getting the road. What sort of conversations have you had with folks?
Yes, I haven't had any conversation outside of here, but NPO has educated me on that front. So we've planned to bring in all the stakeholders to discuss that extension, that road extension.
Great, thank you. And I'll share some information I have recently with Mr. Peely, and that way he can farm it out to all of you guys. But I'm really excited. I think that's really something that needs to happen sooner than later. And there's some great, I think, opportunities with the state to make that happen. And I certainly think having the governor and Elite Secretary Keyes understanding, right, that especially with the exciting things that are happening at the airport, I think the sky's the limit for us. So thank you for all your work there. And then let's see. I think that's really it. I think my colleagues covered everything really well around the TID plan. I think that is, if that's a way to go. I know you're waiting one step at a time, but we're so, impatient because I feel like people are waiting. People are waiting for us to make a move out there. And although we're doing slowly but surely the improvements, I know this master plan really needs to get put in place, and I'm all for it. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Sorg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I just want to make a comment about how pleased I am that this is finally coming to us. It was a few years ago when the company that has the satellite dishes out there, I never can remember the name, 2XN or something like that.
X2NSAT.
X2N-STAT, yes. Well, I got close. Yeah, not bad. After it was out there and they'd moved in, it was several months later, could even be a year later, I just thought, this is something I'm really interested in, this satellite stuff. And so I called the owner or manager, I forget what his title is, CEO probably, and I said, well, actually, I take that back. I sent him an email. And I said, how are you doing? How do you like the industrial park, et cetera? And he came back, he said, things are going along good. He said, but this place could be spruced up some, make it look better. And I thought, oh yes, I know what he's talking about. And I thought, that's an excellent idea. So I immediately contacted the city manager at the time, and there was a start. I'm putting some landscaping then. But this is the big deal. This is the big project that we're doing, and I'm so glad. It looks fine, dynamite on paper. Can't wait till all those trees get planted on all those roads out there. So, good. Carry on. I wish you all the best. And that's all, Mr. Mayor. Oops, sorry.
No problem. I think that's it. No one else? Any comments from members of the public? I do have one question, though. So did you say, can you repeat about the 25,000? You said that the land sales and that, I guess there was like a delay. What are some of the packages that you think that you have? I mean, as far as 100,000, different sales that you think might occur quicker if we could expedite that somehow?
So, thank you, Mayor, for the question. So, right now, per state statute, any land sale, $25,000 or more, has to be per ordinance. Now, we're competing with private landowners out there, and one of the complaints we hear is that the city just takes too long. And, I mean, just going through our normal process, that is mandated, right? So, I believe that people have actually tried to change that, and it's been shut down. So I don't know if you can get lobbyists or somebody because anything out there, I mean, just from our appraisal that we just received, we're looking at anywhere from $10,000 an acre to $35,000 an acre. And there's no parcel out there. I think we have one parcel that's 4 acres, but everything else is 10, 12. We have a 102-acre parcel. So the dollar amount for those land sales are going to be well above $25,000 in total.
I think the state statute is referring to that you have to do certain requirements to make sure that it's that we're not selling it for less than what it's really worth, I would think. I guess my question would be, what if, and I don't know, I need to check with the city attorney, but what if we could, on just that land only, maybe give more authority to the city manager to allow that? But that's why I was trying to get an idea of what amounts you were thinking. Of course, council would have to approve that. But like, for example, because right now he's got certain limits on things that he can do, but if it's just that land and it's just undeveloped land, we know what it looks like. And if you think that would help, maybe we could look at 100,000 or 150,000 when it comes to West Mesa Industrial Parkland, or the new name Parkland.
Yes. Yeah. So the minimum amount is $100,500, and the maximum is $1,020,000.
Okay, so first I got to check with the city attorney first, and then I'll just, let council weigh on that, and then maybe we'll bring that up in the future to allow that.
Another discussion was per city ordinance, requires 2 appraisals. And so the state statute only requires 1. So if we can eliminate that second appraisal on the industrial park, that would be really great.
Well, let's
and maybe the time.
Let's see what Jennifer says.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. For kind of a 2-part question, we'll have to take a look at the ordinance and make sure that it aligns with state statute regarding the number of appraisals. I believe there's a certain number of appraisals for land that's valued over a certain amount. Previously, City Council has authorized the city manager to begin a negotiation process once you establish a baseline or a price in closed session regarding the potential sale of land. That negotiation process could begin, and you can authorize the city manager to do that in a closed session. The actual final sale will have to be by ordinance, but that process can begin as soon as you determine what your asking price would be. And I would recommend that would happen in closed session.
Okay, so basically, I guess they'll be looking at it and see what changes, if needed, and being brought back to us.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, and also it's good to see Dr. Grisela Martinez here. So good to see this through, so that's good to see you. So if there's nothing further, how about members of the audience? Seeing none? Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 22-010. Councilor Bettis-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, so now we're going to board appointments. First one is going to be appointing James Mitchell Senior Programs Advisory Board. Thanks again, Mr. Gleason. I need a motion, a second.
Need a motion? I'll move to appoint him.
Second by Flores.
Motion by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Flotis. Christine, you sure sound different when I look at you.
This is on the motion to appoint James Mitchell to the Senior Programs Advisory Board. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, Faith Hudson to the Historic Preservation Commission. Motion, a second, please.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilor Sorg, second by Councilor Bencomo. Okay. Christine? It's just the voice carries over here, they're so far away. Changes.
This is on the motion to appoint Faith Hudson to the Historic Preservation Commission. Councilor Beta-Stuvey?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Sorg?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondara?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, notice of proposed ordinances. There'll be no public discussion. Councilor may ask staff for clarification on the proposed ordinance. Item 10.1, Council Bill number 22-002, ordinance number 2980.
Bring it forward.
Forward. Item 10.2, Council Bill 22-003, ordinance number 2981.
Bring it forward.
Item 10.3, Council Bill 22-004, ordinance number 2982.
Bring it forward.
Okay, bring it forward. Okay, now we'll go to City Council member board reports. I don't really have anything other than to say it's good to see everyone and be back in council chambers. Other than the voice carrying and me confusing Councilor Sorg, Councilor Vasquez, apologize for that. I noticed, I was telling EFO, I thought that there used to be an air conditioner control here behind me so I could always make it cooler, but it looks like staff did that while we were gone and now I can't turn it down, so. It was, yeah, so I see it way over there. Yeah, so kudos to staff for doing.
Cruel and unusual punishment.
Extremely, yeah. So, anyways, it's good to see everybody, and all right, that's all I got. Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, I won't be here next Monday, so Mayor Pro Tem will run the show.
Be nice. No. I'm excited, Mayor, to facilitate, yes. Thank you, Mayor. It's been a busy, I'm excited to see everybody as well. I was telling people I had a little bit of anxiety getting here and butterflies, right? Being in front of folks, it's a little different, but really glad to see everybody today. Thank you to LCPD for organizing the movie in the park at Apodaca Park. It was our way of coordinating with our community and getting people back out to the park, given the awful violence that occurred a few weeks ago. Special thanks to Officers Felipe Hernandez and Aaron Glimp and all the folks. They did a lot of work bringing the community in, but also getting donations from French Brothers, right, Mayor? Construction company?
Yes.
Yes,
French.
and First Church gave some donations for the hot dogs and popcorn, and it was a very, very nice event. Lots of folks participated. I got a chance to talk to people and just hearing firsthand from folks, certain things that they're experiencing, specifically at the Joniana Park Apartments and just around our area. So I know that, I see Deputy Chief Daines out there in the audience, and I know they're working hard to build community there, and so I appreciate you guys. Please send my my gratitude to your staff. And, you know, with that, I'm working with Jamie Rickman. We'll be having a 3-part series starting July 27th at 6 p.m. The location to be determined, but we're trying to get it at the bridge off Madrid or the Home Builders Association. We'll be speaking with a panel. I'll be a part of that with Representative Rubio, Senator Steinborn, and hopefully Chief Dominguez. I just got confirmation that our sheriff will not be able to attend, but I hope I can get her to put together a statement. But we'll be, you know, just speaking to the community, hearing from the community about their concerns related to the uptick in crime, and it'll be a facilitated event, and so I'm really looking forward to that. Then the next week, that following Tuesday, we'll have the judicial system, hopefully judges and folks, the district attorney's office there to participate in an question and answer session, just to hear from the public and hear from their perspective what's happening. And then last, and it won't be that following Tuesday because I believe that's the National Night Out. I'm looking at Jamie to give me confirmation that third Tuesday, but anyway, that following Tuesday, we'll have nonprofits that are working specifically in the area to help address, you know, any concerns, linking and referring folks to the various resources.
If I may, Councilor,
Yes.
my name is Jamie Rickman, for the record. August 3rd is National Night Out, and so that's off limits for us.
Off limits for us, so
It'll
we'll
be
have-
those subsequent Tuesdays.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Jamie, for the clarification. And then I was able to participate at the airport yesterday, pancake breakfast sponsored by the EAA. Really amazing. They had, gosh, I don't know, 50, more than 100 people there, I think.
One of the EAA members said it was over 100, about 140, 150.
Yeah.
Which is unusual.
Yes, so it was really exciting. Boy, their pancakes are huge. They gave omelets and orange juice, and it was just fabulous to see the airport community, pilots. They have a youth group that helps set up, but you know, they're the future pilots as well, and we met some fantastic young people assisting, and so it's really exciting, honestly, the things that are happening at the airport. They're making strides, and I'm really looking forward to the deplanements coming out of there. It's fantastic to have that vision and just to see it come to fruition. And then I was able to participate or attend the Mad Ones, the play at the Rio Grande on Sunday. It was the last day, and it was fantastic. We had a number of Las Cruces, you know, that have grown up, and you know, some that are still attending high school. But it was a wonderful play, and I'm really excited about the lineup that the Rio Grande Theater has. And so, Mayor, with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would just like to add that I was at the EAA breakfast at the airport, and there were a lot of people. I think it's because it's the first one since COVID, and people were just happy to be there. The person who was there that was very, very interesting to me was a fellow by the name of Guy Ruelle, Rouelle, and he is actually from Air Planners. He's a contractee with our airport, and Air Planners' directive in the contract is to get airport service at LRU, as Andy Hume affectionately calls it. That's our call with the FAA, our call letters. And they are absolutely wonderful. So what Mr. Ruelle, what Guy did, he's out here with his wife, and they have an Airbnb house out in the East Mesa. And he's out here, I think, a total of 2.5 weeks. And he says he's flown all over the world, but he just really loves Las Cruces. And But the important thing about his being here is to meet with the business community, to meet with everybody. We've had some meetings with an alliance, an air alliance, of which I'm a member, and working closely with the Greater Las Cruces Chamber of Commerce and a few others to bring business to Las Cruces. So I just want to thank Guy Ruel and Andy Hume for doing that, for having someone here who's bringing business to our city and trying to get a really good feel. And the beauty of his, he was at the breakfast yesterday, and he's an AA member in Vermont, is that he was able to spend time with Governor Soules. Excuse me, that was maybe wishful thinking. With Bill Soules independently, and then again yesterday, because we were all there. It was just Councilor, full disclosure here, it was just Councilor Gandara, excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Gandara and I from City Council. But I just wanted to share with everyone that the airport, especially with with Celicia's Villegas presentation, you can see that there's a lot going out there. And Andy, I think, Mr. Hume, is making things happen that really hadn't happened before for a lot of reasons, good, bad, indifferent, whatever. But I wanted to share that. It was very exciting. And then we sat with we actually sat and had a meeting after the breakfast. And I know I left at 1:15, got in my car at 1:15 in the afternoon. And all of that is so exciting to be with people who have ideas and vision and all that. So that was very exciting. The other item I'd like to report on is the City Arts Board. And the City Arts Board is made up of artists who are, of course, creative, but very, very, very committed to carrying out the master plan. The Community Art Board Master Plan, and are following it and are working very closely with other groups in the community. And the most recent, probably exciting thing that they've decided on, I think they've decided on it, let me see. Yes, the artwork, well, at least the selection committee decided on it. The artwork over at Fire Station number 3, and Chief Jason Smith was invited to be on that committee, or excuse me, to join, and they invited me as well, and Councilor Bencomo as well, because it's in her district. And so we sat in on the presentations made by the artists, and they decided on the first one, the one that had the and that discussion there was fascinating, because we had Diego, oh God, I'm so bad with names. He's actually on the Quality of Life Board, so, but I can't think of his name. But anyway, Diego Medina. And because what was interesting is that Chief Smith asked a very good question. He asked it at the selection committee, and then he asked again whether the art, because it was inspired by Native American, the Monzo, I believe. No, take that back. Yeah. Well, no. Well, the important thing is that there was a lot of sensitivity, again, misappropriation, and, basically insulting a Native American or indigenous group of people. So there was a lot of sensitivity on that, a lot of explanation on that, and then a lot of discussion again. So that was very nice, and actually that was very accepting. I mean, I didn't have a vote. I didn't stay for that, and, but apparently that's the one they selected, and it's going to be absolutely beautiful. The other is the South Central Rapid Transit District, and I did send an email to the mayor along with the letters sent by David Armijo, who's the executive director, and Javier Perea, who's the mayor of Sunland Park, but is also the chair of the board that I sit on, and, asking for our money from El Paso. And the money was the letter was also sent to the Department of Transportation people, or the Federal Transportation Authority, I don't know, one of those two, laying out how that money really belongs to us, because even though it's allocated to El Paso, they're supposed to distribute it to us because we're servicing that area. Yeah, and it's beaucoup bucks. So David's working on that, and he'll have a report at our meeting on Wednesday afternoon, and I hope to have good news by then. And I also want to share with you all that, I have to take medication that costs $2,000 a month out of pocket. And I have good friends like the mayor, who's always saying, Yvonne, do you need more money for that? And he's just writing all these wonderful checks, so I'm just kidding. No, so I was very fortunate last year, right before the shutdown. I went into a pharmacy and just kiddingly said, I want your entire supply. And he said, my entire supply? And I said, yeah. And it was like $700 worth of medication. And then, and thank God I did that, because then we had COVID and we couldn't cross the border. So, so I was in Ciudad Juarez again on Saturday, and that medication, and then when I was in Europe, I was able to buy it over the counter, just like that. So I brought some home from Europe. So that lasted until Saturday. And Saturday, I went over to Ciudad Juarez, and I bought, again, like about $500 worth of medication, and that will last me 7 months. My point here is that we really should have, $2,000 a month to keep me alive. I mean, if I go off that medication, I'll bleed to death. I mean, it's just amazing. And I thank God that I have the resources to go to a place live so close to Ciudad Juarez, and have a credit card that I can put it on. And so I just wanted to, I know that Senator Steinborn has been working hard on that in terms of, how expensive our medication is here in this country, and how some people are dying because they can't afford it. I mean, I have 2 insurance carriers, and neither one of them, one of them covers it, and that one would pay $1,000. I'd have to pay $1,000 a month. But I just wanted to share that with, just because. Thank you.
Councilor, I know you sent me an email, and I don't think I forwarded to Mayor Leeser. I just texted him right now. Can you send it again about you were wanting money from El Paso?
Yeah, just tell them it's section 5.
Well, if you have the email, that would be great, please. I'm sorry. Yeah, so, okay. Okay. Councilor Sword?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a few things. I have an announcement and then an ask for the city. The Doñana Soil and Water Conservation District is putting on a series of programs dealing with our watershed. That is the Rio Grande watershed from Elephant Butte down to Texas. It's an 8-month-long series, and covering all kinds of water and watershed type topics. The first one will be in September, and what I'm asking for, if without objection, is the city sponsor by offering the Rio Grande Theater for a place to put on the first program. We haven't been asked to do any more than that now, but if the city would offer, could provide the meeting place for this open meeting, it's open to the public, and it's going to have the people from all over in the series, but especially this first one. The WRRI from NMSU is going to be there. Sam Dual, I forget how you pronounce his last name. Also, Elephant Butte Irrigation District will be there, as well as Soil and Water Conservation District. The Paso del Norte Watershed Council will be part of it too. So that's what I'm asking, and so if there's no objection, I'll ask the city manager to make it so. Okay? And then we've been asked, or I've been asked, to join a climate litigation case that this organization, and I'm sorry I can't remember the name of it, but I'll pass this information on to the council, to join a long list of communities and states across the country that are suing big energy companies, the Exxons and so forth, because of their cause of the climate change and global warming. So if the council is willing to would like to do that, I'll let the organization know that we'll join. But I'll run it by our city attorney first. I'll show her what it's going to look like. Okay, and then we need to do. This is getting to be quite a concern. The use of UTVs and ATVs across the city, disturbing a piece of the loudness that they go in through residential neighborhoods, and so I'm asking the city to rescind this ordinance that allows them to use our city streets, period. We don't have enough law enforcement to enforce noise and so forth, so we just might as well get rid of them. And then, oh yeah, one last thing. I would like to propose that we have, as a city standard, a development standard, that at all the parking lots, that we have a certain percentage of the parking lots reserved for electric vehicles, okay? When we have electric vehicles. Some cities are already doing that at a 20% rate on parking lots in their cities. So I'm just throwing that out there for our community development department, which I don't see anybody here. Eric will pass that along, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor, I think. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. I think in all fairness, we probably need to schedule a work session again on the
UTVs?
Yeah, so that the public can know, and then, in fact, I think it's about time that we get some more data about that, but, then we move forward if that's the council's wish.
Sure.
Yeah. Councilor Pincomo?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm so happy to be back here. Councilor Betastuvi and I only got to experience being up here for like 3 months, and so I'm happy to be here in person. I'm sad that most of the people who fought so hard to be here without a mask left already. Honestly, for me, the worst part about wearing a mask is that I can't see your faces because my glasses fog, and that you didn't get to see my new lipstick that I bought specifically for coming back today. So that's sort of the worst for me. Thank you. A couple of things. I wanted to say that I personally received a lot of really great feedback on the bike pass, on the temporary bike pass. People were really excited about it. So I kudos to staff for that, and I hope that we certainly make these more permanent. Yesterday, I was invited to the mural unveiling for the deported veterans mural. I highly recommend you all visit it if you haven't already. It's at 1333 East Amador, behind that rentals building. And it was really powerful to be there with the advocates who are doing this work to trying to bring back deported veterans to the U.S., the only home they have known. And especially hearing from one of the family members of someone, Ivan Orcon, who is from here, from Las Cruces, who's currently deported in Juarez and served in Afghanistan. So if The mural also includes a list of veterans who have died in exile, and so it's just a really beautiful and powerful mural that I think it's important the city of Las Cruces is proud of to support those efforts. So if you get a chance, go check it out. I also wanted to note that, I actually received some updated numbers from New Mexico Voices for Children and their kids count on our poverty rates. I'm going to keep talking about this until I feel like we have a solid plan to address this. Total poverty rate as of 2019 was in Las Cruces is 26.40%. For children under 18, it's 38.30%. And for the poverty rate for children under 5 years old is 39.8%. This is terrible. The impact, the consequences of poverty on children, on anybody, but on children specifically, are severe, and we must continue to address them. And one of the reasons I'm such an advocate for guaranteed basic income is because programs like even New Mexico's rental assistance, it takes about an hour to complete that application. The amount of documents that are required for you to receive, for people who are in crisis right now, I need to pay my rent like yesterday, the amount of documents that this application requires is offensive, frankly. We need to do a better job at addressing the needs of people who are in crisis, who are about to lose their home, who are about to get their electricity shut off, whatnot, is critical. And if these were the numbers in 2019, I can't imagine what their economic recovery is going to look like after the pandemic. And I think we have a responsibility as Las Cruces to do better for our neighbors. And if we can support the incredible imagination of someone to do commercial space flights, if we can support that with our tax dollars, we can certainly support alleviating poverty in our community. And that is all I wanted to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. And Councilor Flores, apparently Commission Chairman Manny Sanchez is watching our meeting, so he emailed me the letter, and I just emailed it to Mayor Leeser, and Mayor Leeser just said he got it, so I'll talk with him about it. Okay. Councilor Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, it's great to be back here with y'all today. I noticed that during the presentation, it's a little difficult for some of the presenters to address council because of the presentation setup, but I'm sure that will change as time comes because Councilor Beta-Stuvia and I here, I think, feel like we got put in the corner. So maybe we can switch off, Mayor. I'll be over there one meeting and you'll come here. No, but regardless, I'm going
to bring my dividers, and no, really, I have some, and I'll just put my name on it, so you guys don't think when I take them, I'm ripping them off. But I think I have enough here until we buy some, until the city buys some.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay. As long as you can see my light turn up, that's all I really care about. No, but I am thankful for this setup and for bringing us back in person. I do also just want to just bring up, I think we all saw or heard that, individuals were presenting, I think, vaccine exemption cards as a reason not to wear a mask, and just want to make sure staff looks at the legality of those documents as far as how some of those folks.
Oh, I did check with someone who's with DOH, and they say it's not violation of HIPAA. It is not a violation.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, but regardless, I think this is a good setup, and I'm happy again that we are continuing some of the social distancing protocols, especially as this new variant begins to increase the numbers of cases in our community, which we've seen those cases rise in Doña Ana County for the last week or so. A couple things. One is I know there's a series of meetings that are coming up on the cannabis legalization. Just as a reminder to our residents, the city can only regulate, control the zoning of these potential businesses as well as the hours of operation. And so that's going to be really important just to make sure that we get the type of input that we're soliciting. There's going to be, I'm sure, a lot of other input folks want to provide to us for state law that we have no power to change. But I want to thank Assistant City Manager Ikani for bringing those plans forward that include a public survey, an online survey that I believe is already out to the public, of which we will hear results at our upcoming work session. I did have a chance to talk with a gentleman named Mr. Ben Lewinger, who's the CEO of the New Mexico Cannabis Chamber of Commerce, and he just worked with. He's going to have a lot of members, but he helped Santa Fe and I believe Albuquerque with their ordinance for zoning on cannabis, and wanted to have a chance to present to the council. And so I know we have a work session coming up on this, and if we could give him 10 minutes or so to give a presentation, he said he'd be willing to come down to Las Cruces to talk about the economic part of some of the zoning considerations that we might be making. Another thing to chat about real quick is Mayor, you and I are having a meeting with Ashley Echavarria from Boys and Girls Club later this week, as well as with EFO. But if you all may remember, the Boys and Girls Club has been looking for a new location for, gosh, as long as I've been involved with that organization, maybe going back to probably 15 years ago or so. They used to have these grand plans for kind of a site-built facility that would serve the needs of the youth in our community and their program. They finally think that they have enough money to get a design started and to get an architectural rendering and have a plan to grow their building that they've, I think, outgrown. They're on Court Avenue. And so there are some potential locations that the city owns that they wanted to discuss with the city, and so we just wanted to bring it up just in a public setting so that we're all aware of that request on their behalf. And I think there may be some good sites, including some next to or around the Hadley Sports Complex that would actually integrate really well with their programming if we had a partnership with them to have access to some of their recreational facilities, which the kids could actually walk to. But I think that'd be a great opportunity for the city to partner with one of the great organizations here in our community. Lastly, I'll just add, I actually will not be here as well on Monday for the work session. I'll be in Washington, D.C. doing some work, but I will be, we will be hearing essentially recommendations from staff at the Quality of Life PRC meeting that Councilor Abeyte Stuvey chairs this Thursday, so I will make sure to give my recommendations and my thoughts during that meeting ahead of Monday's work session, and happy to forward that to anybody. I'll forward it to you, Mayor, in terms of some thoughts, or Mayor Pro Tem. I apologize because, Mayor, you won't be here either. But with that, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, Councilor Abeyte Stuvey.
Thank you, Mayor. I have quite a few updates to give. First off, I participated in the Doniana Broadband survey, and so did Mayor Pro Tem late last week. It's a public-private partnership and multi-agency survey that will be looking at, of course, broadband without the state. We did have many departments from the city in attendance, including from IT, utilities, and our constituent services. And so there are a few follow-up items that Mr. Pili, I'll be working with you with. And probably if you haven't heard from staff, I'm sure you will. We also had a MRVDA meeting, July 14th. One of the items that we're going to be looking at coming up to the new legislative session is that our telecommunicators here in Doniana and for Las Cruces, we have them designated as first responders. However, that's not recognized as such for the state. And so their para is different. And so there has been a push in the past to try to get them recognized as first responders. There have been issues with that, but I think it is a good thing to try to move forward with and see if we can't partner with other agencies and perhaps even the Municipal League to try to get that moved forward later on. I attended the New Mexico State Transportation Commission as well last week, and we got to hear from updates from all of the different regions, a little bit on our I-25. And they did have the dedication of a section of highway for the fallen New Mexico State Trooper. Our vaccine task force will meet in person this Wednesday. And I do find this unfortunate that it's an in-person meeting and not over Zoom. One of the great things I think about Zoom is we were able to have so many different collaborative partners come together, and due to scheduling and even travel time, I don't think we'll see quite as large of an attendance, and we were having some fairly consistent representation from Santa Fe with the Department of Health, and so unfortunately I don't think they're going to be driving down for that, but we're excited to see the next steps. One consideration, as National Guard and FEMA assistance winds down, we are still going to have large groups that will be available for vaccines, hopefully in September, and that's going to be our 12 and under group. There is I think a great possibility that we will also need to help with that sort of vaccination, since those other agencies won't be able to be in attendance. So as we're thinking of funding moving on, there's still, I think, a little bit of preparation to look at. I attended the groundbreaking of the competition pool, though not in my district. I think it makes a big difference to a lot of people in my area, as Fringer Pool is hanging on probably duct tape at this point. I know there are some wonderful lap swimmers that will be happy to see this new pool. But with that in mind, as we heard before, that Tony Gomez Park does need to have some updates, and now we're going to have Fringer Park as well that will need some updating, and it would be a shame to have that building after the pool is taken offline to just be sitting there. And so I hope that we can be proactive with a plan on how to get that safe and perhaps revitalized for something for the community. As Councilor Vasquez mentioned, there's going to be a special quality of life PRC where we will be discussing the cannabis considerations. There's also an ASCMV meeting, and I do hope, Councilor Vasquez, you and I are ready to run from meeting to meeting, because your El Paseo Ad Hoc Committee is directly after our talk. And I do want to give a thank you to staff, to the members of public. It is very hard living with different types of abilities or disabilities, and some are shown. And I do greatly appreciate those that have given the consideration for it. So thank you. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Okay, Ifo.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity. Grateful to be here at this beautiful council chambers. I've seen it, and it's nice to be here in person. It feels like I just got here, because we haven't been here in this facility. But thank you. I just have a few things from staff that have sent some things over. I'll start off with just some specifics on the cannabis meetings that are happening I know Councilor Vasquez mentioned that there'll be some presentations, but just some specifics for the benefit of the public. There's Economic Development PRC this Wednesday, July 21st at 10 a.m. on the second floor of the Brannigan Library. And then the Quality of Life PRC this Thursday, July 22nd at 1:30 p.m. in the Conference Room A, City Hall. And then the Town Hall meeting will be this Thursday, July 22nd at 5:30 p.m. in this City Council chambers. And then, of course, it was mentioned the work session. It will be in a week. It'll be next week. Actually, in 2 weeks. July 26th. From Parks and Rec, just some announcements. Family game night and music on the plaza, Thursday from 6 to 9 p.m. Music starts at 8 p.m. Games, music, activities, and dance competitions at the downtown plaza. And then music in the park will be Sunday at 7 p.m. at Young Park, Old Time Pharmaceuticals. They're a folk Celtic bluegrass group. And Camerata del Sol, string chamber music. And then there's a call for volunteers for the Team Up to Clean Up event in District 4, Councilor Bencomo's district. And that will be Saturday, July 31st, from 7 a.m. to 12 noon. And then 2 roll-off containers will be offered at Henry Benavides Community Center and La Llorona Park. Just some updates from Jamie. I know you just, some boxes were checking off the list from council requests. We had the work session on bike and pedestrian safety on June 21st. There was a request for utilities rate review process, and that will be sent out this week to council. Also, we'll be sending this week out a list of traffic management's outreach and education, and also examining what further we can do toward this and this end to shore up any education and awareness gaps. I believe that's all from staff. Just one more from Assistant City Manager Enriquez regarding the asylum update. We'll probably be having an update with any asylum information that we need to bring forward here in the future. But with the adjustment in Title 42, we're going to see the borders, we see more asylum seekers within the next 2 weeks. I think that's what the information we're getting. And so local faith-based organizations are prepared and funded. They received a grant to assist any overflow from El Paso Annunciation Housing. Vehicles are being requested at this time, and an MOU is being worked on. They'll keep us posted for any other needs or requests, but we'll probably have more updates and as that progresses. But it looks like that's going to get here pretty quick. Council, I think that's all I have. I appreciate the opportunity. I just maybe just a final comment, because anytime you talk about industrial and economic development, I have to comment. I really appreciate Celicia and economic development for getting that plan together. I'm really excited for it. I just wanted to address some of the questions about infrastructure. The next step is not to bring forward a plan for infrastructure for me. I don't plan to fund that with city dollars at this time. That's not what I'm going to propose. The plan is to take that plan that's been created and go out and get businesses. One, it's too expensive to do that. Whatever funding mechanism we come forward, I don't want to spend money to do that, because businesses, once we get the businesses attracted, they'll spend money. They'll build the infrastructure they need. They have everything they need right now. And I think I want to drive in that point publicly. They have the infrastructure in place. We're not there with broadband, but broadband's there. If they want broadband, they can extend it. And so, to me, the next plan that's coming, proposal that's coming, is how we're going to go out and recruit. And now we need to strike while the fire's hot. Which reminds me, one thing I forgot to mention from Visit Las Cruces. Just this historic launch of Virgin Galactic. It's been an amazing thing for the city. I was not in town, unfortunately, for it, but it said that it reached a global audience of 2.5 million people. And so one of the first things I wanted to do to get when I got back in town was to meet with Visit Las Cruces, but they're already ahead of me, because I wanted to see how we're going to squeeze every last drop of this and capitalize on this launch. And so, but they're already on it. And so there's a work session planned for July 26th as well, so that they can present a plan on how we're going to capture and include any direction on future initiatives. But I'm really excited for this city. I'm really excited for where we're heading economic development-wise, and all the opportunity that's coming. I think I mentioned to the mayor about a year when I first started, I said, mark my words, we're going to be the best place to do business in a year, and I think we're getting there. We'll be there, and things that are just happening, and things that have been in the works far before I got here. So I appreciate that opportunity. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to say a few things.
Well, it was 17 years before you got here, so maybe you brought some good luck. Okay, so I need a motion a sec. Oh, yes, Councilor.
Mr. Mayor, EFO brought something up about the business that Spaceport America, that thing with Richard Branson, Sir Richard Branson. So I just want to mention that the airport saw so much activity that they actually had to line up airplanes because there were all sorts of people flying in, and they had to park on the parkway, they had to move things over, they had to park here, they had to park there, and then they did, and the gas stations there that provide gas, they spent, let's see, they used up, in 4 days, let's see, 84 gallon? $84,000. It was a boku bucks. I mean, they spent in those 4 days what they usually spend over a period, used gasoline to service airplanes in 1 month. So in 4 days, they drew in revenue that is equal to 4 months worth. And they had to turn away an airplane. And that actually went to Santa Teresa to get gas or something like that or whatever. But the point, though, is that, well, the reason was because Santa Teresa, although it has an airport, was shut down. It was completely shut down. So we were the beneficiary of that. It wasn't, if Santa Teresa had an airport that was functioning, they would have taken all that. So all the more reason we should really do everything we can to make sure our airport takes off, no pun intended.
The airport had 30 private planes fly in here, 24 of them jets.
Yeah, big time.
Oh, and Mayor, I just want to say thanks to the utilities for these super cute gifts. They would have been better with candy, but you know what? I'll make it into my pencil
What is
holder.
it? Just recyclable stuff? Oh, does this go into the recycling? No, just kidding. Thank you, Delilah. Thank you.
Yeah, so what is the purpose of them? Do we put our trash in here? Okay. All right, so thank you for the, So I need a motion and a second to adjourn, please.
So moved.
Second, by Flores.
Motion made by Councilor Vasquez, second by Councilor Flores. Christine?
This is on the motion to adjourn the regular meeting. Councilor Beda-Stuvi?
Yes.
Councilor Vasquez?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Councilor Soar?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Gondeta?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, we're adjourned. It's 5:03 PM. Thanks.